Hey, hi guys, this is Bakkappa. Welcome back to Test Automation Tool Selenium. In this video tutorial, we'll talk about how to automate web application by using Selenium C#.NET and unit testing framework. Let us jump to our high-level agenda for the today's session. First, we'll see how to set up the Selenium C#.NET environment for automating web applications. Next, we'll discuss what is the NUnit framework, and we'll be discussing what are the features available in the NUnit framework, and then we'll be discussing attributes which are available in NUnit framework. So NUnit is a open source unit testing framework for all Microsoft.NET frameworks, and it works same as JUnit or TestNG framework does in the Java. So in the same way, JUnit and TestNG framework, those unit testing framework will be using in Java, kind of doing unit testing or writing the Selenium Java automation scripts. So in the same way, we'll be using an unit testing framework for automating our Selenium C# scripts. So basically, an unit is written in C#. So this is the official website of the NUnit framework. So these are the features which are available under NUnit testing framework. The first one is you can run your test parallelly, and you can categorize your test cases, say for example, if you want to group test cases like smoke testing or regression testing or user acceptance testing, so in such a way that we can categorize your test cases by using the NUnit testing framework, and you can skip test because of the defects or some changes in the environment. So also you can set the order of the test, which you can set the order for the test running. Say for example, you have 100 tests. If you want to run 100 tests as a first test case, so you need to just provide the order or a priority for that particular 100 test, so that it can run at the first time before running all other 99 test scripts. You can do parameterization as well. You can send the parameters to that particular test cases, and you can do data driven testing by using the NUnit testing framework. Let us jump to the next slide. So these are the set of attributes available under this particular namespace, that is called NUnit.framework namespace. So in case of Java, you will be getting an import followed by the class names and all. So here you will be calling as namespace. So these are the attributes will be coming under this particular namespace. So we'll discuss one by one what are these all the attributes are. Few of the attributes we'll discuss in today's Selenium C#.NET tutorial, and few of the attributes we'll discuss in upcoming Selenium C#.NET tutorials. So let us jump to the Visual Studio here. I'll discuss one by one here what exactly here this test fixature attribute, one time setup attribute, and one time teardown attribute. All this, how you can use it in the test scripts, and what is the usage of each of the attributes, I'll discuss one by one. So let us jump to the Visual Studio. Okay. So before creating our project, we need to install this particular NUnit Visual Studio template. Then after that, we need to include these DLL files. So basically, in Visual Studio, there are many versions are available. So I'm using Visual Studio Community version, which is free for all the students, or you can, if someone is practicing, you can use that community version. So in the same way, we have Visual Studio Professional version, and Visual Studio Enterprise version. So basically professional version and enterprise versions will be using in organization levels. So in my case, I have installed Visual Studio Community version. So let us open that particular Visual Studio here. So I have installed 2017 version. So first time you will be getting this particular window when you opened it. Let me know where, if you are facing any issues while installing the Visual Studio. It will take a little bit more time. Just have a patience and get it download and just you install it. If you found any difficulties in installing it, just let me know. So here what you need to do is, if you refer to this particular text file, so before creating this particular any of the projects, we need to install NUnit Visual VS template. So how you can install that particular DL in your Visual Studio is, that is a only one time work. So next time no need of installing it. So I have already installed it and I'll show you how to install for the new users. Go to the tools and select extensions and updates. So here you will see all this install tab, online tab and updates tab and roaming extension manager. So click on online and here you can see one search box. So here you just enter this particular NUnit VS template text into the search box. So it will automatically searches that relevant all the results will be returned to you. Just a second because I think my system got stuck. Okay, now. So if you see here, one after entering this particular one, particular text into the search box, you are getting many results here. See, if you look at here, it is already installed in my system. Once you installed in your system, you will be seeing this particular tick mark in a green color. Actually, this one is not installed. So just you need to install this particular, you need to download it and you need to install it. So I have, in my case, I have already installed. That's the reason it is showing me the right mark with the green color. So let me close this particular window. So now let us start with creating the project. So click on file, go to the new, and here you select the project. So because of installing this particular software NUnit VS template, you'll be seeing that particular feature under the install tab. So under the install, you go to the Visual C# and you select as a test. Then you select the NUnit 3 unit test project. And here you can specify the solution name and the project name. What I'll specify the solution name is, here I'll just specify Selenium C#. This is my solution name and I'll specify the project name here. Selenium C# tutorials. That's all. And if you want, you can just change this particular location where you want to store this particular project. In my case, I'm just changing this into the different location. Okay, here I'm just creating one folder called So here I have created one folder called Selenium C# sessions. That's all. So I will select this particular folder and that's it. Then you click on this OK button. So here it is giving you the project solution name does not contain. So it is related to the name which we have provided here, the project name and the solution name. So let me change this into the different one. So I'll write here, I'm writing just Selenium C#, and in the same case I'm providing the project name. That's all. So here I have specified the solution name as Selenium C# and project name as Selenium C# tutorials. Just click on OK. Okay, that's all. Now the part is we need to install all the DLL files into the project. So let us install one by one. Sorry guys. So how you can install this, all the Selenium and the Chrome driver for launching the web browser, and this particular test in unit 3 test adapter will be using for displaying all your test scripts, and these two will be using for interaction with the web application, and this is our web browser. So first I will install test adapter. So what you need to do is just, this is a project which we have created just now. This is solution name which we have given, and this is the project name what we have given. And under one solution you can have multiple projects. In my case I have created only one project. So you can right click on this and you can say add new project, and you can add multiple projects under the same solution. So we need to install these softwares. So let us go and install those softwares. So right click on this references and select manage NuGet packages. So here we'll be seeing browse, install and updates. So what you need to do is here just you enter that particular test. I'm entering in unit 3 test adapter. So here it is showing me this particular in unit 3 test adapter. So even we need to concentrate on this particular version. So I wanted to install this 3.10.0. So here I got, if you see this one, here you will be seeing all the versions. So whichever we want, just you select it here. So in my case I want 3.10.0. so say just install it. So you'll be seeing one message here. Once it is finished, that means that particular software got installed. So you need to add another 3 softwares, I mean the DLLs. So here my version is 3.11.0. So this is my selenium.webdriver. I wanted to install 3.11.0. So this particular version I'm looking at. You select this particular version, whichever you want, and say install. Yes, here you can see that it is finished. So let us install Selenium support. So I wanted to install same version, that is 3.11.0. See guys, once it is finished, this particular software will be showed as uninstalled. Previously it was installed because you have already installed, so that's the reason it's showing as uninstalled. Then we need to install Chrome driver for browser related thing. So here I need to select 2.38.0, just say install. That's all guys, installation part is done. And if you go to the packages, here we'll be seeing what are the softwares we have installed. We have installed this particular NUnit 3 test adapter and Selenium support and Selenium WebDriver and Selenium .webdriver.chrome driver. So those whatever you have added DLLs, that comes under the packages.config file. So let us open this sample file which we have got while creating the project. So let us discuss with respect to the attributes, and we will write one sample script and we will start discussing few of the attributes which exist under the NUnit.framework namespace. So let us delete this thing. So first you need to confirm whether a Selenium is got installed or not. So how you can do that is here under just say using keyword, then open qa.selenium. So that means Selenium got installed. So once you are able to see this all the options under the namespace, that is fine. So that means Selenium is got installed. So I will in the same way I'll in Java you will be importing all the drivers and Selenium support related things, but in C sharp by using Selenium C sharp you will be importing by using statement. So here I'll import Chrome browser, that's all. See guys, first we'll go with respect to the attributes what we have. The first attribute is test fixature attribute. So basically this is the attribute we'll be using for the representation of the classes. Test fixature attribute is nothing but. Then we have a test attribute. Test attribute is nothing but if you add like this, multiple attributes, I mean the multiple tests. These are nothing but the multiple test cases we have. So to represent any test cases, we will be using the attribute test. So let us write in a simple Selenium C# automation script. So what I will do is simply I will launch one web browser, and then I will enter this particular URL, and I'll try to enter something in this particular email field, text field. Then we will close the web browser. Then we will discuss different attributes from the NUnit testing framework. So here I'm creating the object of the Chrome driver. Then this we need to assign into the interface called iWebDriver. That's all, because we have already imported this particular driver here. So that's the reason we are not getting any error here. So once we open this particular browser, we need to enter the facebook.com into this particular in search box, then after that we'll be performing some operation in this text field. So let me copy this particular URL. What I will do is I will use the driver object dot. So I wanted to enter the URL, so that's the reason I'll call to the one inbuilt method called URL, and I'll assign that URL to this particular URL. So that's all. So this particular first line will launch me the Chrome driver, and then it will enter this particular URL. Then I wanted to find this particular email text field, so I'll inspect this particular web element. So if you look at here, there are many fields. So here I'll write the XPath for identifying this particular text box. Just press Ctrl F, then you'll be seeing this particular search box. So here I'll identify this particular web element by using the ID is equal to email. So we have many fields, so I'll take the ID for identifying this email text box. So what I'll do is dot to / star indicates any of the tags, and here I'm identifying that particular web element by using the ID. Then I'll specify the value as an email. So if you look at here, it is matching with only one web element. It is highlighting to this particular web element. So just copy this. By using the driver object, I will find that particular web element by XPath. That's all. So this is my web element. So I will assign this to the iWeb element interface. Here I'm giving a web element name as a email text field. Then by using this particular text field, I will enter something to this particular text box. So web element dot, then I wanted to enter something into that particular field. I'll be calling to the send keys method. So here I'm entering Selenium C# over to the email field in a web page. So that's all. And after that, just I will close the web browser. I'll use the driver object dot, I'll say quit. That's all simple. So in my case, only one test is available. So I just before installing, I said that usage of this particular NUnit 3 test adapter is to display the number of test scripts we have in this particular project. So that how you can get it in the this particular window is go to the test and say select Windows, then Test Explorer. So that should become under this particular Test Explorer left side. So if it is not coming, just go to this particular solution, right click on this rebuild solution. Now you can see, right, this is a particular test method or a test case we have in current situation. So this is a method name which will be displayed under here. So how we can run this particular test script is right click on this, can select run test. Simply it is entering that particular text into that text box, and simply it is closing the web browser. So that's all. For the first one is a test fixature attribute and second one is a test attribute. Let us discuss one time setup and one time teardown attribute. Basically, one time setup is, say for example, if I have 50 test scripts, so in that case only one time my particular browser should be running and only one time my particular browser should be closing, means I'll be using one time setup and one time teardown. So let us implement how you can implement this particular one time setup and one time teardown attribute. So what I will do is I will create one separate folder. There will implement one time setup and one time teardown, those attributes. So I wanted to add one simple folder called base class. Under that I will create one more class. Just to specify the class name. So here I'll specify base test. So I'll represent this class as a public. That's all. So let us implement one time setup and one time teardown. Basically, when we have 50 test scripts, these two methods will be working only one time. Before running all 50 test scripts, one time setup or attribute will work, and after running all the test scripts, one time teardown attribute will be working. So let us create one method called public void open. Then I'll create same way another method called, let me represent this particular method as attribute, as a one time attribute. That's all. Maybe we have not imported a Nunit framework, there's a reason it is giving us error. Just click on that, just press Control dot, then here it is suggesting you to use import that particular Nunit dot framework. Just click on that. So now this particular using statement got added into the top. In the same way we'll add one more method. So this is one time setup and this is one time teardown. Okay, that's all. So I'll change the method name as a close. That's all. So I'll go to my test class. Here I have created one test script. This will launch the Chrome browser and it will launch us. It will enter this particular URL. Then it will find this particular web element, that is a email field. Then it will enter this particular text into that particular field. Then it will simply close the web browser. So what I will do is, so I will take this particular two lines. So this launches the browser and it will enter this particular URL. So I'll keep this into the base class, sorry, base test. Then I'll go to the test class and closing this particular browser, right? So I'll take this, I will cut this particular statement, I'll paste it under the close attribute, I mean the one time teardown attribute. So in one time setup, this will launches us the browser and it will enter this particular URL. So let me clear this particular errors. Just click on this iWebDriver and just press Control dot. It will ask you to use it, import these things, just import it. Just press Ctrl dot. That's all. So here you are getting still one more error because driver is not a global variable here. So I will take this particular interface. I'll make this as a public, so this particular interface reference can be used by the subclasses as well. So that's all. So in my test class we have only 2 lines of code. So basically this reduces the number of lines you are writing in a test script to creating particular test case. So still we are getting one error here. So we need to use the inheritance concept so that we can inherit all the properties from this particular base test class. So before that you need to do one thing, that is called, you need to use this particular namespace into the subclass what we have called test class. So I will say using that's all. In case of C sharp, if we need to inherit some properties from the other classes, we need to use the colon symbol followed by the class name. Class name we have called base test. So this is the test we have created under base class. So now everything is fine. So before running this particular script, I will build this particular solution. So you can clean it one time and you can say rebuild this particular solution. So if any errors are there, it will be showing under here. So there are 0 failures and 0 skipped, and it will be showing you the how many succeeded also. So basically we have reduced the number of number of lines of codes writing in the while creating our test scripts. So if you run this particular test script, you can right click and you can run this particular script. That is a one case. And second case, you can right click on this particular method and you can select the option as run selected test. Okay, it is successfully running. So no issues with this particular test case. So like this, you can add multiple Selenium C# automation scripts. So just I will change the method names. I'll give test method 1, test method 2 and test method 3. That's all. So total we have 3 automation scripts with a less number of lines. So basically when you are inheriting some other classes, so that will reduce the number of lines you are writing under the test scripts. So if you rebuild this particular solution, you'll be getting all the 3 methods over here. So whichever method you want it to run, you just to select that particular method and you can run selected test. You can maximize the window as well because it is showing in minimized mode, so that you can do it in a before like one time setup. What I will do is, after launching this particular Chrome driver, I'll use the driver object dot manage dot then use window dot maximize. So this maximize the particular launched window. So let me run test method 2 here. So you can select and run any of the test scripts which is listed under the particular test explorer tab. Yeah, it is running perfectly. So that's all for this four attributes. I mean, one is test fixature attribute, second one is a test attribute, and another two are one-time setup and one-time teardown. So you can run all the test scripts one time as well. So right, you suppose in case if you wanted to run at a time all the test scripts, just select on this particular node traits, right click on that, then you say run selected test. Because just now I told you the one-time setup attribute functionality and one-time teardown attribute functionality, because before running this particular all the three scripts, I mean these three scripts, this one-time setup will be getting executed. After running these all the test methods 3, then it will close this particular browser. So in our case, what is happening? It is launching one time and it is entering Selenium C#. After launching that particular browser and after opening that particular URL, it is entering one time Selenium C#. Again, it is entering the Selenium C# in the same field. Again, it is entering the Selenium C# in the same field. Then finally, it is closing the browser. That's all. And you can observe this by debugging it, or you can run and you can observe, because also you can put thread.sleep in this test method 3 and you will get to know like how this all the text is entering or not. Let me show you. So if I write thread.sleep, I'll say 5000. Just a second, just I will use this particular statement. Okay, that's all. So after entering Selenium C# first time and second time and third time, it will wait for 5 seconds and it will close the browser. The agenda for this is to make sure that these two methods are running only one time before running all these test scripts, and after running these all the test method 3 and this particular one time teardown attribute will be executed. So if I execute this all the test, this time there will be a delay, so you can observe all the values which are entering in email text field. If you look at here, see, it has entered 3 times Selenium C#. Then finally it is closing the web browser. That's all. In our next tutorial, we'll discuss what exactly this setup attribute and teardown attribute will do, and how you can categorize your test scripts, and how you can use author attribute, so you can determine that who has written that particular test script, and you can mention over their email ID and all, and you can skip a particular test script by using the ignore attribute. And we have a test case attribute in that will be passing the test data, and you can set up the priority for the test scripts, and you can enter the description for the any of the test cases, and you can parameterize automation scripts. So let us discuss other attributes in the next tutorial. So if you have any queries, you can drop an email to my Gmail ID. The next attribute, sorry. In the next tutorial, I will be discussing many other things, how to debug your Selenium C# automation script, and many other attributes we'll be discussing in our next tutorial. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Thank you so much for watching this VT tutorial. Hey, hi guys, this is Bakkappa. Welcome back to Test Automation Tool Selenium. In this Selenium C# .NET NUnit tutorial, we will discuss. These are the high level agenda for the today's Selenium C# NUnit tutorial. The first one will discuss what is setup attribute and tear down attribute. Next, we will discuss category attribute. Then we'll discuss how to handle drop down list by using Selenium C#. Then finally, we'll discuss how to debug Selenium C# automation scripts. So let us jump to the folder where we have created a project in the previous Selenium C# NUnit tutorial. This is where I have created my project in the previous tutorial. So let us open this particular folder. So once you open this particular folder, so here you'll be seeing all the files .vs, packages, and this is the project name. So you need to double click on the .sln file. Here just I'm reopening that particular project which we have created in the previous Selenium C# NUnit tutorial. So it will take a few seconds to load the project. Yeah. So let me give you a high level explanation what we have done in a previous Selenium C# tutorial. So we have created one solution, under that we have one project. So this is a by default class which is given by the NUnit Visual Studio template. So in this particular test class, we have defined total 3 tests, that is test method 1, test method 2, and test method 3. All 3 methods are coming over here after once you rebuild this particular solution. So basically this particular test fixature attribute will be using to represent a particular class, and this particular test attribute will be using for representation of the test cases, you can say. So and we have created one more class called base test. Under the base class folder, we have created one class called base test. Under that we have defined one time setup and a one time teardown. So this particular one time setup attribute, this particular method will be getting executed only one time before executing anything in that particular class. And in the same way, one time teardown, this particular method will be executing only one time after executing all these 3 test methods. So this base test we have inherited in a test class by using the colon here. So basically if you run this particular group as a no threads, so this particular browser will be launching only one time and it will execute all 3 test methods, then simply it will close the browser. We have identified this particular text box, email text box, and we are entering some values into the email text box. Then simply we are closing the browser. So this is where we have identified by using that XPath to this particular field. Then we are entering this particular value into the this particular uh, text field. So in the same way, we have copied another two test methods, test method 2 and test method 3. So let us discuss now what is that setup attribute will do and tear down attribute will do. So I will go to the base test. So in this case, what I will do is instead of one time setup, I will do only, I'll write it as only setup. So this is our attribute. So let me explain you what exactly this setup attribute will do and tear down attribute will do. This particular method what you have written for launching the web browser, and it maximize it and it enters this particular URL into the Chrome browser. Then this close method will, what it will do is just simply it will close all the driver instances. So the basic difference between this one time setup and setup is one time setup represents it will run only one time before running any of the test scripts in that particular class. So here difference for this particular tear down is one time tear down it will execute only after running all the test methods in this particular test class. So setup what it will do is it will execute before test method 1, before test method 2 and before test method 3. In the same way, tear down attribute will, this particular set of statements will be executed after executing test method 1 and after executing test method 2 and after executing test method 3. So previously just I have made changes to this particular attribute. Before it was one time tear down, one time setup, and this was previously one time tear down. So basically I have changed the attribute names. So in this case what will happen, so every test method will be executing separately. So it will execute, it will open the browser and it will perform the action which you have mentioned in the test method 1, and separately second time it will open the browser and it will execute whatever you have written under the test method 2, and then third time again it will open the separate browser and it will execute whatever you have statement written under the test method 3. So when we used the one time setup and one time tear down, it was only one time opening the browser, only one time it was closing the browser after executing all the test scripts. So if you use this particular setup and tear down, it will execute before executing this particular test method 1 and before executing this particular test method 2 and before executing this test method 3. So let me run this particular all the test scripts. So in this case it will execute one time setup and tear down before and after each of the test methods. As it is executing now the test method 1. Now if you look at here, test method 1 got executed. So it is separately, it opened the browser and it executed test method 1 and it is closing the web browser. And now it is executing the test method 2. It has already opened this particular browser. So when we are using one time setup and one time teardown, only it was launching only one time a browser and it was closing that particular browser at the end of the execution. Now test method 2 is got executed. Now test method 3 is getting executed. I think my internet connection is a little bit slow today. Yeah, simply it is entering some values into that email text box and it will close the web browser. That's all. So that's all for this setup attribute and tear down attribute. Let us jump to the category attribute now. So category is nothing but basically you will be grouping a test cases, something like smoke testing, regression testing, user acceptance testing. So you are grouping a test scripts and you are executing that particular Selenium C# automation scripts. So the syntax for that is just you need to write for the test, you need to just group into that particular group. I mean, this test method 1 is there. So I need to assign this particular test method 1 to the some group like smoke testing, regression testing, like that. So for that you need to use test comma, then you need to use a category as a inbuilt keyword. Under that you need to specify the name. This particular test method 1 belongs to the, like in my case I'll write smoke testing. So test method 1 belongs to the smoke testing category, and in the same way I'll specify total I have 3 test methods, test method 1, test method 2 and test method 3. Now the test method 1 is belongs to the smoke testing category, and in the same way I will write test method 3 for the smoke testing category. So this is the name. You can specify anything based on the need, or you can specify the any module names like that also. And I'll specify test method 2 as a belong to the regression testing category. Yeah, that's all. So just you rebuild this particular solution and you will be getting listed over here, like what are the different categories of test cases we have. Just clean it first time, because if some conflicts are there, it is going to get deleted, and after that just go and rebuild the solution. So if you look at here, so it is first one, based on the category it is listing all the test scripts. So regression testing and the smoke testing, we have defined total 2 groups. First one is a smoke testing and second one is a regression testing. Under smoke testing we have 2 test methods, that is test method 1 and the test method 3. So these 2 test methods are listed under the regression testing, and one more group we have smoke testing, and one more group we have regression testing. Under this particular category, we have only one method called test method 2 that is listed under the regression testing here. So you can execute any of the groups. Right click on that particular group and say run selected test. So only smoke testing Selenium C# scripts will be getting executed. So in smoke testing, we have two test methods, that is test method 1 and test method 3. So only those two test methods will be getting executed. This is how you can group your Selenium C# scripts and you can execute it based on the need. You can group like smoke testing, regression testing, UAT testing, and based on the module name like module 1, module 2, module n, you can create as a groups. Based on the need, you can execute that particular modules and you can report the result as well. Now the test method 3 is getting executed. In my case, today I have internet connectivity very slow, so that's the reason it is taking too much of time. Now if we look at here, you'll be seeing all the results. See, and here you can see that how many seconds it has taken to execute test method 1 and test method 3 as well. So if you go to this particular icon, here you can see the list of options. So based on this also you can group your test cases. In my case, it is by traits we have grouped the test scripts. And say for example, if you have multiple projects, you can select as a project. Based on the project wise, all the test scripts will be getting listed over here in the left side. And based on the class, if you say class, so in my case only I have test class. If you have n number of classes, based on the class it will list under all the test scripts under that particular class. So based on the duration, so it will list you the all the test methods. If it is first category is greater than 1 second, and one more category will get greater than 100 seconds and all. So based on the time taken, it will list you the all the test methods. Based on the outcome, passed or failed, no run test scripts. So in my case, passed test are 2 and no run test scripts are 1. Likewise, you can group your test scripts. So just I'll make it to the traits only. So it will list me the all the group wise Selenium C# automation scripts. That's all for the category attribute. This is how you can categorize your Selenium C# NUnit scripts. Next point is, now we have discussed setup attribute and tear down attributes. Next we have discussed category attribute. Then the third point is we need to discuss how to handle the drop down list. If you go to the facebook.com, this particular website, here you can see the drop down list. So what I will do is I will identify this particular month drop down list, and I'll try to perform some action on this particular drop down. So if you look at this particular HTML tag details, we have a select as a tag. Under that we have a multiple options. So I'll identify this particular drop down box by using we have multiple attributes like name, ID, title. So in my case I'll identify this particular month drop down list by using the ID. So I'll write one XPath for this. Just select this particular tag and press Ctrl F. Here I'm just writing one single XPath to identify this particular month drop down box. So dot / star, this represent any tag. In my case I'm identifying this particular month drop down by using the ID. So ID is equal to, we have a value called month. So if you look at here, ID is equal to, we have a month value, and you can write other attribute and value as well, no issues. So in my case I'm identifying by using the ID as a month value. So I'll copy this particular XPath. Let me define that, declare in the test method 1 itself. Here I'm using the driver object dot find element by XPath. So just I'll paste that particular value which we have copied from this particular box. This is our web element. I'll store that into the web element type. I'll give the element name as a month drop down list. By using this element, what I will do is, we need to create the object of one class called select element to perform any activity on this particular drop down list. So that's the reason what I will do is, I'll create the object of one class called select element. I'll specify the reference as element here. I'll create by using the new operator. I'm going to create the object of select element class. So we need to pass this particular drop down, so which we have identified for this particular month. This element I'm passing on to the select element. That's all. Just you need to import the required classes. So just click on that particular class select element, just press Ctrl dot. Here you will be getting the, just it is asking us to import this particular openqa.selenium.support.ui. So select this particular statement. Now error has gone. That's all. Now rest is very simple. So there are 3 ways to select this particular drop down. By using the index, you can select this particular drop down values. And second one is by using the text, by entering this particular text, whatever visible text. And the third one is, you can specify the values which you are seeing under this particular select tag. So we have a option tag. Under that we have value is equal to 0, 1, 2, some etc. So this particular value you need to pass, and you can select the any of the values which you wanted to select it. That's all. So let us discuss one by one how you can select a particular values based on the index and visible text and the value. Just a second, it is got stuck. Give me 1 second, guys. We'll wait for this session to be active. Just a minute, guys. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yes, guys, it is working fine now. And let us take the reference of the select element class. By using that, I'm going to select this particular drop down. Like I can select any of these values by using three options. One is by using the index. So always starts with the 0, this particular every drop down values. So in this case, 0 is nothing but month, 1 is nothing but Jan, 2 is nothing but Feb. What I will do is I will select the Jan. So what I will do is I will use this particular element object dot select by, you can see here, select by index, select by text, and select by value. First we will select the particular drop down value by using the index. Here I'll mention the 1 as a value because I wanted to select the Jan as a month. That's all. So let us select one more value from the drop down by using the text value. So the one, you have to mention the value which you are seeing on the screen. So in my case I will mention MAR, that is a March. Simply you comment just I'm writing a comment here, select by text. The third option is by using the value you can select. Select by value. So this value accept the argument as a string type. So that's the reason you need to mention the string as a value here. So if you're selecting any dropdown by using the value, so you need to go to the HTML details. So under here you can see the option as a tag. Under that we have value is equal to 0 to select this month as a value. Month as a value from the dropdown. So in my case what I will do is I will select the June month. So that's the reason I'll use the 6 as the value. So just I'll specify the 6 value. That's all guys. Here I'm getting the error. Let me check what exactly it is saying. So we are missing some semicolon here. That's all. The first we are selecting that particular drop down by using the index. So this select as the Jan as the value. The second option, it will select the March as the month from this particular drop down. Then at last it will select the June value because we are specifying the this particular value. So respective value is June month. So let me run this particular test, that is called test method 1. Just I will select this particular test and right click on that, just say run selected test. So what we have done is, first we have identified that particular drop down and we passed that element into the select element class, and after that we are selecting particular month by using the index and text, and finally we are selecting by using the value. So first it is going to enter some values into the email field, and it is selecting the drop down values and it is simply closing the web browser. So let us put a breakpoint and let us debug this particular test script called test method 1. So how you can set up it is perfectly getting executed. It is going to enter this particular value and it is selecting the particular Jan month, March and the June, because it is doing this operation very fastly. That's the reason we are not able to see on the screen. So let us put some breakpoint and let us debug this particular program, and you will get to know what value is getting selected over here in the first time, and the second time what value is getting selected under the month drop down. The same way we will see by we are selecting drop down by using the value as well. So let us put a breakpoint in line number 25. Just double click on that particular line number on the left side. So this is how you can debug any of the Selenium, C# and Nunit automation script. So just double click on that particular line number and this select the Selenium C# script, and then you can say debug selected test. So it will stop this particular execution when it reaches to this particular line. So this debugging of the Selenium C# script or Selenium JavaScript, it will be very easy to identify the issues when you are started working on the real-time projects, you'll be doing these operations again and again. So first it will enter some values over here, and before selecting any of the drop down values, I have put at the breakpoint over here. So now it is got stopped over here. So we need to go to the next step. So we have, if you want to go into the step, so you need to use the F11. Say for example, you have written some method in the somewhere classes and you called over here. So in that time, if you wanted to go into that particular method, you need to use the F11 key, and if you wanted to go forward in the same classes, you need to use the F10 keyword. Then just if you want to go forward like without debugging, just press shift 11. So in my case, I wanted to go forward in the same classes. What I will do is, just you can use the F11 from the keyboard. Otherwise you can click on this particular icon. So what I will do is, I will click on this particular icon. So now it is got executed. So it should be selected as a Jan now. Let us go to the web browser. Now it is got selected as a Jan. When you open any of the, like this particular website, facebook.com, so by default it is getting selected as a August. So now it is got selected as a Jan. So now it should select as a March now. If I go one step forward, if I go to this particular browser, now it is got selected it as a March. In the same way, we have specified the 6th value, so it should select the June as a month. So let us click on this particular icon. Now you go to this particular browser. Now it is June is got selected from this particular drop down. That's how you can debug any of the Selenium C# and Nunit automation script. I think I have covered all the topics which I have listed for the today's Selenium C# and Nunit tutorials. We have covered what setup attribute and tear down attribute as category attribute, what it does, and we have discussed also how to handle the drop down list, and we have discussed how to debug Selenium C# and Nunit automation scripts. If I move to the next slide, we have discussed what is this test fixature attribute, one-time setup attribute, one-time teardown attribute, test attribute, setup attribute, and we have discussed teardown attribute, and we have discussed category attribute as well. Till this we have discussed, till category attribute we have discussed. Other attributes will be discussing in the next Selenium C# and Nunit tutorials. If you have any queries, you can drop an email to my Gmail ID. Stay tuned for the next Selenium C# and Nunit tutorials. Click on subscribe button if you want to get more updates from this channel. Thank you so much for watching. Hey, hi guys, this is Bakkappa. Welcome back to Test Automation Tool Selenium. In this Selenium C# and Nunit tutorial, we have a high level agenda for the today is how to execute Selenium C Sharp and unit automation script in parallel. Then we'll discuss what is order attribute. Then we'll discuss ignore attribute. Basically, in the first point, how to execute Selenium C Sharp and unit automation script in parallel. This is with respect to parallel testing. Order attribute is nothing but giving the priority for Selenium C Sharp and unit automation script, and ignore attribute is nothing but basically we have just consider 50 test scripts in that because of the existing defect in open status, we will be ignoring some of the test scripts from the test suite. Let us jump to the user studio. Let me create one new class here. Just I'll copy this test class. I'll rename the class name as parallel testing. Then I'll copy that class name and I need to replace the class name. That's it. Just I'll delete this inherited class name, and also I'll delete other methods as well. Okay, that's all, and I'll delete this another set of statements. So basically this will these two statements to identify the email text field and to enter something into this particular a Facebook email field. So you will use the same set of statements. Before that, I need to create one utility class. Let us create one simple folder here. So here I'm adding one simple folder, not in the solution. We need to add it in the, let me remove this. I'll add one folder to this particular project called utilities. Under that, I will create one more class. So here I'm specifying the class name as browser utility. That's all. Just click on add. So I'll open the browser utility class. So in this particular class, just I'm specifying the class name as public. That's it. And what I will do is I will create a simple method so that returns me the browser, that opens a browser and it will maximizes the browser and it will enter that particular mentioned URL and it will goes to that particular URL. So whenever I call to this particular method, so it returns me the driver object. So that's the reason I'm creating one method here, public, that is iWebDriver, return type. Then I'm specifying the method name as init. So this accepts the browser object, iWebDriver, and the driver. That's it. Just import the relevant classes. Just press click on that particular iWebDriver and press Ctrl dot from the keyboard. So you will get set of options here. Just click on the using openqa.selenium. That's it. So this particular method, whenever I call to this particular method, this is going to return me the driver object. That's all. So what I will do is, here I am creating the object of the Chrome browser by using a new operator. And I'll assign that to the iWebDriver interface. By using this, I will call to the one method called URL. After launching this particular browser, we need to enter the URL. So let me copy it from the previous Selenium C# and Unit tutorial. So these statements we have, just to copy these statements. So we have already created this particular object. Let me copy this. You need to import the Chrome driver class. Just click on that Chrome driver and press Ctrl dot from the keyboard, and same way just import the openqa.selenium.chrome. That's all. So this particular three statement, what it does is, first line it opens the Chrome browser, then it maximizes the Chrome browser, then it enters the facebook.com. Then type of this particular method is iWebDriver type. So we need to return the particular driver object. So that's the reason I'll use the return statement. Return. We need to return this particular statement, I mean the driver. That's all. So we have one class browser utility. Under that we have one method called init. Whenever I call to this particular init method, this open up Chrome browser and it maximizes and it enters this particular URL and it returns you the driver object. That's all. Let us go to the parallel testing. So what I will do is, so let me give the some group name here. Instead of smoke testing, I'll give UAT testing, and I'll specify one more group name as category as module 1. So this means this particular test case belongs to the module 1. So that's the reason I'm specifying the module name as module 1. That's all. So this particular 2 lines of statements, it is going to identify the email field, text field. Then after that it is going to enter this particular value by using the send case. So before that I need to launch the web browser, right? So just now which we have created a method, this is going to return me the browser and the entered URL. So we need to call to this particular method. So what I will do is, I'll create the object of browser utility and then I'll call to init method. So new, this is the operator. So here I'm creating the object of browser utility class. That's all. Just import the relevant the related packages. Same way, just click on this browser utility and press Ctrl dot from the keyboard. Here you can see the using Selenium C# tutorials.utilities. So basically this particular class exists under the utilities folder if you look at here. So select this particular first line. Then I'm going to call one method called init. So this particular method takes the driver object, because just now we have created this particular method which accepts the driver and it will returns you the browser driver type. So that's the reason what I will do is, I'll create the iWebDriver interface reference variable. as driver, and same driver reference variable I will pass it over here. So this particular method, it will returns as the driver object. So I need to store that driver into the one variable. So in C sharp we have a var that is capable of holding the any kind of values. So what I will do is I'll use a var. Here I'll specify the variable name. So this particular method returns me the driver object. So that's the reason I store that driver object into the driver by using the var. So if you're this particular keyword will be used when if you are not sure about the method which is going to return the value. Say for example, whenever we have a add method, we have a assume that we have a add method, so that returns you the addition of two numbers values. So next time when we have a add method, it may returns you the float value, double value sometimes. So in such situation, if you're not sure about the value which is going to return you, in that kind of situation you'll be using the var keyword. That's it. By using this driver object, I'll find this particular web element, that is email field. Let me open the browser. So we are identifying this particular email text field. Let me inspect it. So if you take this particular value, just click on the HTML tags and press Control F. Then here you will be seeing this particular text box. You paste that value. It is identifying the email text field. So this XPath we have wrote in the previous Selenium C# tutorial. Then we are entering some values into this particular text box. That's all. This utility opens the the Chrome browser and it maximizes it and it enters this URL. Then it will returns you the driver object. So that's all. Once we have opened the browser and we are entering some values to in web page element, then we need to close that particular browser. So that's the reason I'll use the driver object dot close. That's it. So we have only single method, that is called test method 1. This particular test method belongs to the UAT testing group and the model 1 group. So let us run it as a single test, and we'll create multiple tests, and we'll discuss how to launch multiple browsers, based on the instances which you have mentioned. Say for example, if you have a 50 test scripts, you want to launch 20 browsers at a time. If you want to run 20 scripts at a time, so that can be done. So just we'll run this particular script to make sure that if it is working fine, we will take the same test method and we'll paste it as a 10 methods, and we'll execute all the 10 test scripts at the same time. So let us clean this particular solution. Then rebuild the solution. Now here you'll be able to see that there are two groups separately, UAT testing and the model 1. So we have test method 1 and in both of the models. Just I'll try to run the model 1 test method 1. Yes, it is launching the web browser. and it is simply entering some values and it is simply closing the web browser. So let us copy this particular test method one. Just I'm copying it and just I'm pasting it. Just a second. Okay. Here I'm going to create a same test method. I mean the same functionality as a 10 test methods. So just here I'm just renaming the test method names. Test method 2, test method 3, test method 4, test method 5, 6, then test method 7, test method 8, test method 9, test method 10. That's it. So I will delete rest of the methods. So here I have total created 10 test methods. What I'll do is just I'll clean this particular solution, clean solution. Before that we need to write at assembly level as a parallel instance to run. If say for example if I wanted to run two test method at a time, so let me specify that. So this is basically with respect to the parallel testing we need to specify. So what you need to do is you click on this properties. Under properties you will be seeing assembly info.cs. Click on that. You need to write here as assembly colon. Before that you need to import one statement that is called, we are using the NUnit attributes. So that's the reason here you need to using, by using statement you need to import a NUnit framework, NUnit.framework. That's it. So whatever here I'm writing these statements are comes from the NUnit framework. That's the reason I have imported NUnit.framework. So assembly colon, then you write parallelizable. Under that we need to write parallel scope dot, we need to specify it as a children. Why we need to specify it as a children is we are running our test methods. Here we are treating test attributes as a children's. So basically to define test attributes, that's all. This is a one statement and we need to write one more statement so that where we can specify how many browsers we want to launch. So that's the reason here I'm just writing the comment it as number of browsers. Same way we need to write the assembly here because we are specifying at assembly level, assembly colon. One more command it will come called level of parallelism. This particular method it accepts the integer value. If you look at here it accepts the integer value. So here you need to specify how many browsers you wanted to launch at a time. So in my case I will tell 4 browsers at a time. So this is a one statement to represent the test attribute as a children's. So here this particular level of parallelism it takes the number of instances that has to be launched. So in my case I have specified it as a 4. That's it. You need to remember these two statements if you want to run your test scripts in parallel. So let us clean this particular solution. Here you are getting one error. Let me check that. So if you are getting this error, what you need to do is go to the command prompt, type cmd here. You need to kill this particular process. So because that particular process is still running, so just type task kill /m f then im followed by chrome driver.exe. So this particular command will be used for to kill that particular chrome driver.exe. If you press, you are getting process that has been terminated successfully. Try to clean this particular solution, rebuild the same solution. If you look at here, level of parallelism is 4. That is what we have specified under this particular properties and assembly info.cs. So that is nothing but at a time 4 browsers will be opened. So we have total 13 test scripts, and at the same time it is able to launch 4 test scripts. So if you go to model 1, if you remember, we have created 10 test scripts. So here all the test methods are listed: test method 1, test method 2, test method 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Here I mean the total 10 test methods are exist under the model 1. If we look at UAT testing also, because we have grouped this particular test methods into 2 groups, UAT testing and the model 1. These test methods are belong to the UAT testing and the model 1. So I will consider this model 1 as for execution. So what you need to do is just right click on this, run selected test. So if I run this particular test, it will launch us 4 browsers at a time. In first set it will execute first 4 test methods, and the second set it will execute next 4 methods, and it will execute next 2 methods in the third iteration. So let us execute this particular model test cases. If you look at here down, it has launched you the 4 browsers. Three test scripts got executed. Now again another 4 test cases going to execute. If you look at here, again 4 browsers got opened. So basically whenever you are doing a parallel testing, it reduces the time. Say for example, if you have it 50 test scripts, each of the test scripts are taking 5 minutes. So that is going to takes you the very long time to execute all the 50 test scripts. If you have set up with the parallel testing concept, it will take very less time. So if you look at here, 10 test methods got passed. If you look at the model 1, all the test methods got passed here. So this is a particular model 1 test scripts got executed with respect to the level of parallelism as a 4. So what I will do is now I'll make it as a 10. So this particular model 1 will be executed at the same time, all the test methods, because here I'm specifying level of parallelism as a 10. So it will launches me the all the 10 browsers, all the 10 test methods will be executing at the same time. So let us execute the same command, because if process is still alive, just kill those processes by entering this particular task kill forward slash f forward slash im, then followed by the chrome driver.exe. Say for example, if you are working with respect to the chrome IE browser or Firefox browser, just you need to change this particular driver.exe name. That's all. Okay, let us clean it and we'll run the model 1 Selenium C# NUnit automation scripts. So this time it is going to launch you the all the 10 browsers at the same time, because we have mentioned level of parallelism as a 10. So let us rebuild solution. Okay. So if you look at here, level of parallelism is 10. So it is going to launch you the 10 browsers at a time. In this particular solution, we have total 13 test methods. So I will run this all the test methods under the model 1. Right click on that particular model 1 and select run selected test. So if you observe here in the taskbar, it has launched all the this 10 browsers at the same time. These are the next set of 4 browsers. If you go forward, backward, here 4 browsers are there and here 4 browsers are there. I think another 2 browsers are got, I mean the test methods got maybe passed. That's the reason it is not showing over there. I highly recommend you to implement this particular concept in your automation framework, so that will be helping you a lot in smoke testing and executing your Selenium C# NUnit automation scripts. So if you look at here, 2 test methods got failed, invalid operation or something it is saying. So that's fine. This is how you can do parallel testing. In the same way, you can, what you can do is under the utilities folder, you can create with respect to the browser. Say for example, I have created this method for the Chrome browser. In the same way, you can copy it and paste it, and you can create the utility method for the Internet Explorer browser, and you can call it that method in the test methods wherever you are required, wherever a specific test you want to execute in different browsers like Firefox browser, Safari browsers, IE browsers, like that. So this is how you can do parallel testing. So next we'll discuss what is order attribute and ignore attribute. So let me create one simple class for that. Just I'll copy this particular test class and I'll paste it in the project. I'll rename this particular class with the order skip attribute. That's it. Just I'm copying the class name. Here I'm deleting all the methods here. I'll delete this particular class also, which is inherited. and I'll rename the class name with the order attribute, order skip attribute. So before that, we'll discuss one more thing, that is with respect to the Internet Explorer browser and the Firefox browser. Let us add one or two more DLLs to this project, that is a Firefox browser and the Internet Explorer browser, and we'll discuss how to execute your Selenium C# script in Internet Explorer browser and Firefox browser. What you need to do is you need to add the DLL for this project. Right click on the references, go to the manage NuGet packages. Here you just go click on the browse tab here, make sure that you are in a browse tab and enter this particular. Here I'm installing the Firefox browser with the version of 0.21.0. So just I'll click on the install. Just say yes to all, so it will impact over the project. That's it, it is finished. In the same way, I will add Internet Explorer browser object, I mean the DLL, with the version of 3.11.0. Just say click install, and here just say yes to all. Now it is finished. That's it. So now we will be discussing what is that order attribute and the skip attribute. What I will do is I'll delete this particular. So let me mention the group name as order attribute. So it will be very easy to execute because that particular group will be listed here, so you can execute that particular test very easily. So here I'm mentioning the group name as order attribute, order and skip attribute. That's it. So in the test method 1, just I'll rename with the test method 1. So this particular test method 1 will be I'm creating the browser object of Chrome driver, and I'll assign that to the iWeb driver. That's it. By using this object, we are going to identify that particular element. Before that, we need to launch the web browser, and after launching the web browser, we need to enter that particular URL. That's all. I will copy this particular URL, facebook.com. So that's it. Then we need to close the driver. So this particular test method, what it will does is it opens the Chrome browser and it will enter this particular URL, and it is going to enter this particular value into this particular email text field. So if you are not familiar with how to write XPath and all, what you do is I highly recommend you to go through with those tutorials. Go to the YouTube and just search Selenium quick tutorial by Bakkappa, and if you hit the search box icon, then you will be seeing the one playlist. So if you click on this particular Selenium quick video tutorials, here you will be seeing all the videos. First videos are Java basics, then I have covered all the Selenium with Java. So if you go to the video number 19, here you can see how dynamic in Selenium in multiple ways. And in this particular tutorial, I have spoken about how to write a dynamic XPath in multiple ways. In the same way, we have one more tutorial called 20th. In that, I have discussed how to write woven CSS selectors. That's it. Then we are closing the web browser here. So we have added Firefox browser and IE browser. So in the same way, what I will do is I'll copy this particular test and I'll paste it. Only the object I will change. Before that, I'll change the method name as test method 2 and test method 3. So whenever you are for the Chrome browser, you are creating the object of Chrome driver. In case of Firefox browser, you need to create the object of Firefox driver. That's it. Just import the related packages. Click on this Firefox driver. Just press Ctrl dot. Just select the first statement. That's it. So this particular test method, it will run on Firefox browser. Then test method 3, we want to run it in IE browser. So here I'll create the object of Internet Explorer driver. That's it. Just press Ctrl dot. You can select here that comes, this particular Internet Explorer driver comes from the openqa.selenium.ie. That's it. So before that, what I will do is I will close all the instances of the Chrome browser. So this is not required when if you are using driver.quit, that time no process will be in running state. So if you are using driver.close, that time only some couple of processes will be in still running state. That's it. So let us build this particular solution. Before that, we will clean the solution. So if you are cleaning that particular solution, to make sure that if any conflicts are there, it is going to delete it. And when you do rebuild the solution, it is going to reload all the files in the same solution. So still we have a level of PASM as 10. This I will make it to the, just I will comment this particular line so that no tests will be run in parallel. So let me go to the order and skip attribute class. We have specified group as a order skip attribute. If you go to this particular group, here you are seeing test method 1, test method 2 and test method 3. If I try to run test method 3, it should execute this particular script in Internet Explorer browser. Right click on the particular test method 3 and run selected test. So this is the way you can run your Selenium C# and Nunit automation script in different browsers like IE browser. This is IE browser, and you can run same in Firefox browser as well. Now till now we have discussed how to run your Selenium C# and Nunit automation script in Chrome browser, Firefox browser and Internet Explorer browser. Now we will discuss what is this order attribute. Then we will discuss what is that skip attribute. So what you need to mention is, in the same way, similar to the test, we have one more attribute called order. In that you need to specify the, if you look at here order, it takes the integer as a argument. So you need to specify the integer number, that is this is a priority you are giving to that particular test method to run. So I want to run this particular Chrome browser not first. I'll mention there are, we have total 3 methods. So I want to run this particular test method in at last. I means always order, it will start from the 0th. So if you mention 0, it will execute that method as a first, and if you mention 1, that method will be going to execute it as a second one. So we have total 3 methods. I will specify it as a 2. So this particular test will be executed after executing these 2 test methods. That's it. So I'll give the priority for this particular Firefox browser test method 2 is, I'll specify the order as 1, and in the same way I'll specify the order for the test method 3 as a 0. Sorry for the background noise, guys. 0. So in my case, if I have mentioned test method 3 as a 0, so that's the reason it is, this particular method will be executing first. So our test script will be executing on Internet Explorer first. Then we have mentioned order as 1. Then second test script will be executing it as a Firefox browser. Then third test script will be executing it as a Chrome browser. So that's the reason it takes the order which you have mentioned. It starts from the 0th. Whichever the test script you have mentioned it as 0, that particular test method will be executed as a first time. That's it. So let us clean this particular solution. Then we'll rebuild the solution. That's it. Here I'm going to this particular mod category which we have specified for this particular all the order skip attribute class. Under that we have total 3 test methods. Right click on that, just say run selected test. So I have not enabled the parallel testing in this case. So if you look at here, first test method is got executed, then test method 3 is got executed, then test method 3 is running still. Okay, let me disable still that particular statement from the assembly info.cs because of this reason multiple tests are launching at the same time. Let me terminate those processes by entering this particular command task kill /f/m chrome driver.exe. So let us rebuild the same solution. I have commented both the lines, parallelizable and level of parallelism command. Now I will rebuild the solution. That's it. Now I will try to run this particular all the test cases which are belong to the order skip attribute. So if you look at here, first Internet Explorer browser is running now. Then second, it is launching me the Firefox browser. Then finally it will launch us as the Chrome browser and it will execute all the validations which you have written So that's what we have specified in the order skip class. First we need to run Internet Explorer test script, and then Firefox script, and finally it has to be run on Chrome browser. That's it. That is all for the order attribute. Skip attribute, it is very simple. Say for example we have total 3 test script. Say for example I don't want to run this particular test script on Chrome browser, I mean the test method 1. What you need to do is you need to specify in the very first line of the test method assert dot ignore. Then you can mention the reason why you don't want to execute this particular test method. You can mention the defect ID or something like that. What I will do is I'll write defect. So this means we have one defect that is in still open status. That's the reason this particular test method I'm not going to execute. So if I select this particular group and if I say run selected test, only two test methods should be getting executed this time, because I have ignored one test method. So first Internet Explorer test script, it is working fine. Now the Firefox test script is getting executed. That is it. If you look at on the left side, which is category, test method 2 and test method 3 is got executed. If you look at here, test method 2 and test method 3 is got executed. Test method 1 is not got executed because it is showing you the in the summary. If you look at here, one test skipped, 2 tests got passed. So this particular line will be disabling from the execution from that particular test suite. If you click on this particular test method 1, it will show that message, whatever the message exists, what you are specified under the ignore attribute. I think that's all for this video tutorial. I have covered almost all the topics which I have mentioned in this tutorial. So we have discussed how to execute Selenium, C# and unit automation script in parallel. Then we have discussed order attribute, and we have discussed ignore attribute. So in the previous Selenium, C# and unit tutorial, we have discussed till category attribute. In this video tutorial, we have discussed parallelizable, order attribute and ignore attribute. And rest of the NUnit attributes will be discussed in the upcoming tutorials. If you have any questions, you can comment in the comment section. Otherwise, you can drop me an email to my Gmail ID. Please stay tuned for the next Selenium, C# and unit tutorial. If you want to get more updates from this particular channel, click on subscribe button. If you like this video, please click on like and share this Selenium tutorial with your friends. Thank you so much for watching. Hey, hi guys, this is Bakkappa. Welcome back to Selenium C#.NET in unit tutorials. Let us jump to the high level agenda for the today's Selenium C# tutorial. First we'll discuss what is author attribute, then we'll discuss description attribute, then we'll discuss test case source attribute, so that how you can do data driven testing. Then after that we will create a sample Selenium C# automation script, and I'll demonstrate how you can use author attribute, description attribute and test case source attribute. And we'll discuss exception handling. Say for example we have a big test script, within that middle of the test script it is getting failed, how you can handle those kind of situations. Then we'll discuss how to capture screenshot in case a particular test script is getting failed, how you can capture the screenshot so you can find out the error very easily. So let us jump to the Visual Studio. So I will create a fresh class here. So here I'm giving the class name as Selenium C Sharp Tutorial 4. That's it. Click on Add button. First, I need to represent this class as a test fixture. So first we need to import the Nunit framework. So what I will do is I'll write using statement, then Nunit dot framework. That's it. So here I'll write the attribute as a test fixture for this particular class. That's it. Then we'll write a simple test method. Public void test1. That's it. What we'll do is simply I will navigate to the, I'll open this particular browser in a Chrome browser. Then I will go to the facebook.com and you will inspect this particular text box, email text box. Then you'll enter something over here in this particular text box. Then we'll close the web browser. That's all. So we have already code written for opening the browser and identifying this particular element. So I'll copy the same code, go to the base class here. So this is the code what we have written in the previous Selenium C# sessions. Simply I will copy that particular code. That's it. Just import related packages here for the Chrome driver. For the Chrome driver and iWeb driver. That's it. So if you don't know how to import, just click on that and press Control dot from the keyboard. So you will get import options. So first one line it will launches the Chrome browser, then it maximizes the Chrome browser, then it will enter this particular URL into the browser here. That's it. Now the next part is we need to identify this particular element, text box. So for this we have already code. I'll go to the order skip attributes. So this is a 2 lines of code we have. I'll paste it here. So we have identified this particular text box by using that XPath. So if you take this particular XPath, try to inspect this particular text box. Just press Ctrl F from the keyboard, then you will get this particular box. You paste this particular XPath. So it is perfectly identifying that particular text box, email text box. So it is matching one of one element. That's it. So it is we are using send keys so that we can enter this particular Selenium C# into the this particular email text field. Then I will close the web browser. I will use the quit so that it will close all the driver instances. That's it. So let us clean this particular solution. Then we'll rebuild the solution so that it will delete all the conflicts. So here you can see many attributes and all. So what I will do is I will give a filter by, now it is by traits. Now I'll give a filter by class. So we have just created one single class called Selenium C# tutorial 4. So if we go under that, you can see only one method called test1, what we have created just now. So I will run that particular method. It is launching the web browser and it is entering that particular URL, and then it is entering that text and it is closing the web browser. Let us discuss one by one now. So first we'll discuss author attribute, then description attribute, then test case source attribute. For the author attribute, basically this particular author attribute will be using to identify, say for example, in a team, in a big team, if you want to identify like how many test cases has written by that particular person. In that case, you can use this particular attribute and you can specify in the person name and the email ID. So what you need to do is you can specify in the same attribute in the test only, or you can write a different attribute and down of the test attribute. So what I will do is I'll write the author attribute, author, then followed by it accepts the arguments. If you look at the author, so it is accepting the string type of parameters. Here I'll say simply I'll specify my name itself, Bakkappa. Then I'll specify the email ID, bakkappac@gmail.com. That's it. So if you specify this particular attribute, author attribute, so it will show you separately over here, like this person how many test cases has written. So that count you can get it very easily if you specify this particular author attribute. So just I'll clean this particular solution, then I will rebuild the solution. So now you are not able to see this author attribute over here. So what you do is go to this filter and you can do it traits. So if you come over here, you can see this person has written. At the end it will show you how many test cases are there under this particular author. So as of now we have mentioned only single test case, it is showing you one. So if I copy this particular test, so I'll give the test method name as 2. That's it. So if I rebuild this particular solution, now it should be 2. So if you see the count of this particular author is 2. I have written 2 test scripts. So in the same way, in the particular project, you can identify the number of test cases has written by this particular author, name as Bakkappa. Now that's all. For running of these scripts, you can by select this author. If you want to run all the test scripts which is written by Bakkappa, so just click on that author attribute and select run selected test. so that it will run only that all the test scripts which is written by Bakkappa. So first test case got executed, and second test is getting executed now. That's it, very simple. So this is how you can use author attribute. In the same way, you can specify the description attribute. So this is nothing but you are specifying the description for the test cases. I mean the Selenium C# automation script. So I'll specify Facebook. Description for this particular test one is I'm specifying like Facebook login verify. That's it. In the same way, I'll copy this particular description attribute to the second test as well. That's it. I'll rebuild this particular solution so it can impact over the all over the project. So if you look at here, this is a particular description attribute. What I have specified the description, Facebook login verify. So in right now situation, we have only test 1 and test 2 belong to the Facebook verify login. So if you can specify the description for each of the test scripts, and you can run only those test scripts based on the description. So you can run this only description which you have specified, only those test scripts by right clicking on that particular attribute, and you can run all the related test scripts. Yes, it is getting executed all the test scripts under the Facebook login verified description. So we just now we have discussed author attribute and description attribute. Now we will discuss test case source attribute. Just I will comment this particular method test 2. Just press Ctrl K, then Ctrl C. So that will comment all the selected lines. So I'll define one simple static method here down, so that I can demonstrate you how to use a test case source attribute. Here I'm defining one static method, static ilist. Here I'm specifying the name of the method as data driven testing. That's it. What I will do is here I will create an object of the array list. List by using the new operator. That's it. Just you need to import related packages. Just press Ctrl dot. So it is asking you to import the system.collections. Just click on that particular statement. That's all. We need to return the array object because I have specified the ilist as an interface. So return type of this particular method will be array list type. Just I'll copy the reference variable and I'll use the return statement. That's it. So this is the collection I have array list. So I will add the couple of URLs, so that instead of specifying this particular URL, I'll specify it in the this array list. So what I am doing here is every time I'm opening the browser and it is entering the different URL. So basically test case source attribute will be using for data driven testing. So every time a test case remains same, but the data which we are passing into that particular test will be different. So that how I am demonstrating is by passing the different URLs. In your case, you can write your script, you can pass the data into the web elements and try it out, and let me know if you find any difficulties in doing that. So I will use the reference variable of array list. I'll use the add method. So just I'm adding to the array list URLs. So first I will add the facebook.com. That's it. Then next time I will add youtube.com, and I'll add one more string as gmail.com. That's it. So this is my data driven testing which provides us the sets of test data to the this particular method. So how you can specify this method name is, it is very simple. So this particular whenever we are using the test case, whenever we are using the test case source attribute, we need to specify this particular method name so that every time it returns the one set of test data to the particular test. So let me define test case source attribute. Under that you need to specify the method name. So this is already inbuilt keyword, that is a test case source attribute. It accepts the string type. If you look at here, it is accepting the string type of argument. So simply I will copy this particular method which returns the set of values. So I will copy this particular method name and I'll paste it under the test case source method attribute, I mean. That's it. So we have a method called data driven testing. It returns us the set of values that is from the array list. That's it. So one more change you need to do. We are getting one type of data, that is a type of string, right? So that's the reason you need to specify the string as an argument for this test1 method. So that is we have URL names. URL name I'll be specifying it. That's it. I'll comment this particular line because I'm getting the URLs from this particular data driven method. So here I'll specify the URL name as parameter to the URL. That's it. Actually what happens is basically it will runs. Let me comment these two lines because in case of Facebook it will be getting executed, but in case of youtube.com it won't find this particular XPath, that is we have written it for the email field, text field. So that's the reason I will comment these two lines. Just press Ctrl K and Ctrl C, so it will comment selected lines. So first time what it does is, first time it will run this particular test1 method and it will pass the facebook.com, and the second time it will run this particular test1 method and it will pass the youtube.com, and third time it will run this particular test, then it will pass the gmail.com. So basically here it accepts the URL name from the data driven testing method. So it will pass this particular data driven testing method, it will pass one set of test data for each of the iterations. So let us clean and rebuild this particular solution. That's it. What I will do is I will filter it as by class. So we have created classes Selenium C# tutorial 4. So let me run this particular class. So I'll say run selected test. So first time it is launched the web browser and it entered the facebook.com. Then second time it is launching the web browser. Then it has entered the youtube.com. Then third time it should enter the gmail.com. In the same way you can do it for the web elements. You can pass the values into the web elements and you can check it at your end. If you find any difficulties, you can comment in the comment section of this below video. So just till now we have discussed author attribute, description attribute and test case source attribute. We have written a simple Selenium C# automation script and we have demonstrated how you can use those attributes. And let us discuss how to define exception handling within a Selenium C# automation script. So what I will do is just I'll comment these two lines. Control key and Control C. Just I have commented these two lines. So and I'll uncomment these two lines because so if I run the script with facebook.com, my script will be working fine. Control key and Control U. So that will uncomment the selected lines. That's it. So now the part is how you can write try, catch block and finally block, so that if any error occurred in the try block, so that can be captured and you can, if in case a particular script is getting failed, you can add the code for the capturing the screenshot. So how you can achieve this exception handling is, what I will do is I will write a try catch block. This is my code. So if you press just try and just press one type tab, so it will create automatically all these lines. This is the shortcut we have in the Visual Studio. What I will do is I'll put all this code under the try block. In the, say for example, if any error occurred in the try block, so simply it will comes to the catch block and it will print all the errors. So here I'm writing console dot write line so I'll specify the reference for the exception as a E. So by using the reference E dot, I'll print the stack trace information, so that if any error occurred in the try block, so it will comes to the catch block and it will print the all the information in the screen. That's it. And I'll write one more block called finally. So after running irrespective of this particular try block and catch block executed, say for example in the try block if any error occurred, this only that time only this particular catch block will be getting executed. So in the finally block, if error occurred in the try block or error not occurred in the try block, irrespective of the try block execution, this finally block will be getting executed. So catch block will be executed only when any error occurred in the try block. That finally block it will execute after executing this try block or try catch blocks. Here I'm writing one statement called if driver. I'll specify the driver as like globally, and I'll assign the driver to the null. That's it. What I'll say is driver is not equal to null, then simply I'm closing the driver object. This particular block will be executed when, like say for example, we have launched the web browser and we have maximized it and we have entered this particular URL. In some cases it is not able to identify this particular email text box. It comes to the catch block. It will print all the error information. Then still that time particular driver object is not got closed. So in that time this particular statement got not executed because it is error occurred at this particular line number 29 itself. So that particular object is not closed. So it will come to the catch block. So after executing this particular statement, it will come to the finally block. It will check that particular driver object is opened or it is closed. If it is not closed, simply it will enter into this particular if statement and it will close the driver object. This is very simple. Let us clean and rebuild this particular solution. So basically these try, catch block and finally block will be used in all the real-time projects to handle all the exceptions at runtime. Let me rebuild the solution. So we have a filter by the class. So that's the reason I can see only one test under the Selenium C# tutorial 4. If I executed this particular test, it will get executed properly because there are no errors as of now. That's it. Let me copy this particular line. I'll comment this particular line. I'll come here. I'll paste it. So I'll make little changes in this element identification email. I will write some ABCD, some value. So this time this particular element will be not finding here in the web page because this web page is having id is equal to email as a value, but here I'm specifying id is equal to abcd as a value. So it will not identify that particular element. So this time it should get failed. Let us run this particular test one. If you look at here, so it is printing no such element, unable to locate this particular element, and it is printing all the information related to this particular element. So how you can take the screenshot of those failures is, so I have set of code here. So this is set of code here. Just I'll copy this 3 lines of code. Then I will explain you what each of the lines are doing it. So before explaining these 3 lines, I will create one folder called screenshots. That's it. Let me explain you what exactly these 3 lines does here. So it will, whenever the error occurred in the try block, just now what we have seen, it is not able to identify this particular email text box. So this time it will come to the catch block and it will capture the screenshot by using these 3 lines. And finally it will close the web browser if it is open. So let me explain you these 3 lines of code which is going to capture our screenshot. So first we have converted this driver into the I take screenshot interface. By using this particular object as a TS, then we are getting the screenshot, and that returns us the type of value is screenshot type. If you look at here, get screenshot will return the type of value is screenshot type. So that's why we have mentioned here as a screenshot type. By using this particular screenshot object, I'm calling to one method called save as file. So here in this save as file, you are specifying the where exactly you want to store this particular. This you can mention the screenshot name, and after that you can specify the which format of the image you want. This is, as of now I am mentioning it as a JPEG. Here you can see many format of the images will be available. You want to store that into the format of GIF, JPEG, PNG, .tif. So in my case what I'm doing is I'm storing in the format of JPEG. So here you need to specify the path of the file where exactly you want to store the screenshot whenever any error occurred in this particular try block. So just now we have created one folder called screenshot. I will go to the particular folder. Just open folder in file explorer. I'll copy this particular path and I'll paste it here. So I'll give the screenshot name as screenshot1. So this you can give any name, not an issue. So you can specify the 2 backward slash, or one you can specify the 1 forward slash. That's it. So in the try block we have a code called launching the web browser, and it is entering the some URL, and after that it is entering some values into the email text box that is here. Then it is simply closing the web browser. So if any error occurred in the try block, it is going to the catch block and it will simply capture the screenshot. Then it will store into this particular path what we have given the path as a screenshot in our project. Then finally block will be getting executed. In case of try block, if in middle of this particular lines of code any error occurred, that time browser will be not closed. That's the reason we are closing that in the final block. If still browser is not open, if it is open, it is going to close all the instance of the web browser. That's it. Let us run this particular test one. It is launching the web browser. Then simply it is failing the particular test because we have specified wrong value over here. Let us go to this particular screenshot folder. Let us check whether it is captured the screenshot or not, because our test is getting failed. Right click on that particular screenshots folder and select open folder in Explorer. So if we look at here, screenshot of this particular name is screenshot1. So if you open here, so it has captured enter the screenshot of that particular web page. So this particular catch block will be executed only any error occurred in this particular try block. Let us say I will uncomment this particular line. So this time it should execute properly because we have identified that particular web element properly and we have specified the XPath which is correct. Yes, there are no errors because we are able to identify that particular email text box and we are able to enter the this value into the email text box. That's all guys. I think I have covered almost all the topics which is listed in the today's Selenium C# and unit tutorials. We have covered author attribute, description attribute, test case source attribute, how you can achieve data driven testing in Selenium C#, and we have covered how to create and run a Selenium C# and unit automation script, and we have discussed the exception handling. Then finally we have discussed how to capture a screenshot in Selenium C#. We have covered all the unit attributes which is listed over here: test fixature attribute, one time setup attribute, one time teardown attribute, test attribute, setup attribute, teardown attribute, category attribute, author attribute, ignore attribute, test case source attribute, order attribute, description attribute, parallelizable attribute. We have covered all the unit attributes in the previous Selenium C# tutorials and in the today's Selenium C# automation tutorials. If you have any queries, you can comment in the comment section of this video below. If you have any queries, you can drop me also email to my Gmail ID. Please stay tuned for the next Selenium C# .NET NUnit tutorial on extend reports and many other things. If you want to get more updates from this particular channel, please click on subscribe button. And if you like this video, click on like button and share button. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching this video tutorial. Hey, hi guys, this is Bakkappa. Welcome back to Selenium C# .NET and Unit tutorial. Let us jump to the high level agenda for the today's Selenium C# tutorial. First, we'll see how to download and install extend report. Then we'll see how to create a logs in by using the extend reports. Then we'll see how to use try, catch, and finally blocks to handle the exceptions. Then we'll see how to write exception details into the extend report. Then we will create a sample Selenium C# script and we will demonstrate all the mentioned above stuffs. Then finally I have one assignment. So let us jump to the User Studio. So first I will create a sample class here. Here I'm specifying the class name as Selenium. Selenium C# tutorial 5. So click on add button. So that's it. I will surround this particular class with the test fixature. Then after that I'll make this class as a public. So that's it. Just you need to import the related packages. That's all. So first we'll see how to download and install the extend report. Click on the references on the project. Then you will see the manage NuGet packages. Then here you search with the, make sure that you are in browse tab. So here you need to search with the extend reports. Once you've done that, select the first one. Here you can select the version which you want, but in my case I will install 3.1.2. So after that you need to click on install button. So click on I accept button. Once that particular extend report is got added, you will be seeing in the right side of your project in the hierarchy. So if you look at here, this particular XML file be appearing in your project once it is got downloaded properly. That's it at downloading part and installation. So I'll go to the previous Selenium C# tutorial. Here we have created a simple automation script. So just I will copy the same automation script. And I'll paste it here. So here I'm going to delete all these 3 attributes. Just I need only test attribute. So I'll delete this particular argument also. Then I need to import the related packages for iWebDriver. That's it. For Chrome driver also we need to download the related packages. That's it. Just click, if you don't know how to import the packages, just click on that and press Ctrl dot from the keyboard. Sorry. So this is the argument we have got. So I'm deleting that one. So I will just uncomment this particular line. Let me delete this line also. That's it. So let me delete this particular 4 lines of code to capture the screenshot what we have discussed in Selenium C# previous video tutorial. That's it. Let me explain you what exactly this particular script contains. So first we have surrounded this particular script with the try and catch block. So any exception occurred in the try block, so it will be catched by the catch block, and after that this finally block will be getting executed. So let me explain you each of the lines. This particular line will be creating the Chrome browser object. Then it maximizes the Chrome browser, second line. In the third line we are entering the facebook.com. In the fourth line we are identifying the email text field, that is this particular text field. If you inspect this particular email text box, so if we copy this particular XPath, that should be highlighting that particular text box. If you look at here, 1 of 1, it is matching to this particular text box. That's it. By using the send keys, we are entering Selenium C# into this particular email text box field. Then we are simply closing the browser. So say for example, if any error occurred in this particular statement, if for identifying this particular email text field, so suddenly from this line it will jump to this catch block. So it will execute all these statements. Then in the final block, it will checks if browser is whatever the browser value is not null, then it will close the browser. If it is open, then only this particular driver.quit method will be getting executed. So let us run this particular script and we will discuss how to use extend report in script. Let me run this particular simple script and we will move on to the extend reports. Just I'm rebuilding the solution. So here it is expecting one more close parenthesis. That's it. One more time, rebuild this particular solution. That's it. So I'm running this particular script from this particular class, that is Selenium C# tutorial 5. So here we can see only one test under the Selenium C# tutorial 5. So right click on that, just say run select a test. It is opened the browser. Then it has to enter the facebook.com. Yes, it has entered the facebook.com. Then it is entering the some values into that particular email field, is Selenium C#, and then it is closing the browser. So now this time there are no errors, so it is not going to the catch block and it is going to the final block, but it is already browser, it is closed, so that's the reason this particular statement is not got executed. So for extend report, see, whenever for that particular extend report, it should be running before running any of the test scripts. So that's the reason I'll be using two attribute methods, that is called one time setup and one time teardown, so that before running any of the test scripts in this particular class, that particular set of statements will be getting executed, so that it can create the extend report in the format of HTML report. Once it is executed all the test scripts in that particular class, so that it can close the connection to the HTML report. So that's the reason here I'm defining the one time setup method and one time teardown method. So let us create the one time setup method, public void. Here I'm just mentioning the name of the method as extend start. So in the same way I will create one more method called extend close. That's it. So I'll surround this particular method with attribute called one time setup. That's it. And I'll surround this particular extend close with the one time tear down. That's it. So whatever the lines you are writing under the one time setup, so this particular method will be getting executed before running any of the test scripts from this particular class. So what we need to do is just I'll copy the set of lines from the text file. So I will explain you each of the lines what they are doing. So that's it. So I will create extend reports object reference variable as a global here. Before that we need to import two packages. That is, first one is using event stack dot extend reports, first one, and next one is using event stack dot extend reports dot reporter, sorry. These two packages you have to import to create a extend reports. So now there are no errors for extend reports. So that's it. So let me explain you what this particular one-time setup method is doing here. First I have created the object of the extend reports. Then I have created one more object called extend HTML reporter. So if you see the argument of this extend HTML reporter, just it is a path where exactly you want to store that particular HTML file. So let me delete this particular path. So we'll create one more folder under the our project. So I'm adding one folder called extend reports. So we'll give this particular path to store all the HTML reports. Just say open folder in file explorer. So take this entire path and you need to mention the name of the file. So what exactly that particular HTML format name of that particular file storing. So in my case I will give the class name, or you can give this particular namespace name. So I'll give the class name itself dot html. It should be always in the format of .html. So that's it. So this particular object, that is HTML reporter, contains the path of the file where exactly you want to store the HTML extend report. Then I'm passing that into this particular attached reporter. Here I'm passing the HTML reporter that contains the path where exactly you want to store the extend reports in the format of HTML. That's it. So first extend reports, I have created the object of the extend reports. By using this particular object, I'm calling to the one method called attach reporter. So that takes the argument of extend HTML reporter. This particular extend HTML reporter accepts the argument of file path. If you look at here, extend HTML format, it is accepting the file path where exactly you want to store that particular extend report. That's it. This is 3 lines of code for the extend report to create the in particular location. That's it. When you come to the one time tear down method, so just you need to close the connection to the HTML format. I mean the extend reports in the format of HTML. So what you need to do is You need to use this particular extent report reference variable. Just you need to, for closing, you need to call one method called flush. So this closes all the connection to the extent reports. That's all from the setup part. So this particular method will be getting executed only one time before running any of the test script from this particular class. Once it is executed all the test methods, then this particular one time teardown will be getting executed. So it will close all the connection to the extent reports. So that's it. That's it from the setup part. So now you have to do write few lines in the test scripts so that you can create a logs in the HTML report. So before launching the web browser, what you have to do is, here you need to use the object of the extent report. Then you need to call one method called create test. If you look at create test, it is accepting the string type of arguments. So what I'll do is, this is nothing but your test name. So here I'm hard coding this particular test one into the create test. So after that I will call to the one more method called info. This accepts the string argument. If you look at here, it is accepting the string type of arguments. What here I'll specify is, simply I will write test started. That's it. So basically this create test, it will start logging logs into that particular extent report. So if you see this particular create test, it is returning you the type of value is extent test. So you need to store that into the extent test. So here I'll write test is equal to this particular create test, and whenever this particular test is started running, so this particular message will be logged in the extent reports. That's it. So in the catch statement, what I will do is, so let us instead of going to the catch block, first we will write a logs into the extent report by using this particular test object. So I will create this as a global variable because we need to use this particular test object into the catch block also. So that's the reason I'm using this extent test as the global variable here. So I'll assign this value to particular test variable is null. Then I will delete this extent test in line number 40. That's it. So now the part is, we have started our test by creating the object of extent test, and we have called one method called create test. So we have specified the name of the test method. Then we have passed some information before starting our test, that is into the extent report. So what I will do is, by using this particular extent test or reference variable, I'll press dot, then log. Under this, you need to specify the what status you want to log. So here I'm specifying the status dot. You can log this particular status as pass, error, fail, fatal, or info, or pass, or skip, warning. Like that you can specify the status into the extent reports. So in my case, what I will do is just it is a step passed or fail. So here I'm writing the information into the extent report. What I will do is here I will write a log into that extent report saying that Chrome browser launched. That's it. Once this particular Chrome browser is launched and it maximized, this particular line will be printed in the extent reports. So that's it. In the same way, I will copy this particular test.log line. Then I will paste it at the after entering some text into the this email text box. That is, after entering this particular text into this particular email text box, I'm writing one more log called here I'm email ID entered. So that's it. Then finally, before closing the browser, what I will do is I will log test.log. So I need to say this particular test got passed. So that's the reason I'm specifying status as pass. So after that you can specify the string. You can specify that this particular method test1 method passed. So once it is reached, if it is able to execute all these lines of test scripts, that means that particular test script got passed. So it is going to close the web browser. So after closing the web browser itself, we can write this particular line into the extent report to make sure that this particular test got passed. So here I'm just copying this particular line. Let me cut this particular line and I'll paste it above this line. So this line, it shows the pass status in the extent report because I have passed here it as a pass after the status dot pass. So that's it. So now there are no errors. You don't see any errors in the extent report, but you should be able to see this particular information. Before launching our browser, this particular message will be printing over there in the logs. Then second step is Chrome browser launched, and the third step is email ID entered. So let us rebuild this particular solution. So first I will clean this particular solution. Then I will rebuild this solution. So under Selenium C# tutorial 5, so I'm running test 1. It has launched the web browser, then it has maximized it. A little bit slowness in the internet connection. So that's the reason it is taking time. So it is suddenly entering this particular text and it is simply closing the web browser. So this time my test is got passed. If you go to the extent reports, right click on that extent report folder and go to the open folder in File Explorer. If you see here, name of the file is Selenium C# tutorial 5, what we have given in the mentioned in the extent HTML reporter. So in the same name it is printed over there. So if you open this particular HTML report, So this particular test started, we have printed over here. I mean, we are written into this extend report before starting out browser. So that is the same information is printed over here. Then we have written one more log called Chrome browser launched. So that information it has displayed here. Then one more log we have is email ID enter. After entering the email ID in the text box, this particular string, then we have created one more log called email ID entered. Then simply we are closing the browser. So after that I'm printing this particular test 1 passed. So our test is got passed, so there are no errors. So if you look at here, one test is passed and 0 tests failed. All other information, like we can see only one test present in this particular HTML report. So that's it. So what I will do is I will copy the same test and we will make that particular test into the failed status. We'll make some changes in the this particular web element and we will forcefully we will fail into that particular test. We will make it as a fail, then you will see the report. Just I'm copying this same test. So I'll rename this test 1 with the test 2. That's it. And after that I will make one changes here. Instead of email I will write other value. So we after launching the web browser, after entering the URL, it is not able to find this particular web element by using id equal to abcd. So that's the reason this particular this particular line, this test2 method will be getting failed. Then it will enter into the catch field, catch block. Then after that it is going to execute the finally block. So after going to the catch block, we need to catch it and we need to make this particular test into the failed status. So that's the reason what you need to do is you need to use the test object, that is this particular extend test. Hey guys, sorry for the background noise. So I will use the test object, extend test object, then I'll say log. Instead of pass I will say status dot fail, I will say, because after getting exception in the try block, then only it will come to the catch block. That's the reason, to make sure that it is we have some errors in the exceptions in the try block. So that's the reason it is coming to the catch block. That means that particular test script is not getting executed properly. So here I'm creating the log as status as fail. Then I will use the reference of the exception e dot to string. So this prints all the information about the exception. So that's it. So we have added only one line in the catch block so that it can print fail status in the extend report, and it will print the all the exception information, that is a runtime exception information. So let us rebuild this particular solution. I will run all the test script under the Selenium C# tutorial 5. So first test 1 will be getting executed properly, then second test will be getting failed because of not able to identify such elements, because what we have specified XPath is wrong. This is the first test, it is getting executed. Now second test will be running. It is taking little more time because we have a internet connection as a slow, so that's the reason. So now this time it is not able to identify this particular test. If you click on this particular test, here message you are getting, message open qa dot selenium, no such element exception, no such element exception, unable to locate element, so blah blah blah. So if I go to this particular extend report folder, open folder in a file explorer, if you see here, this is the latest update, what it has updated 1041. If you open this particular HTML report, test 1 got is passed. I mean, in the test 2 we have not renamed this particular test. So that how you can do is, you need to mention this in the while creating a test. So that should be 0 2. So that you can do it at your end. So if you look at here, it has launched the web browser, Chrome browser. It has launched the web browser. Then you can see all the error information what we have seen in the Visual Studio. So all this information, exception information, is printed over here. So you can add multiple tests and you can try it at your end. So if you, this is a test, under test you will be listing all n number of tests which is there while executing in the class, and this is a pass rate and a fail rate. If you click on this particular instance, so here you will be seeing total how many tests are executed, how many steps got executed, then start time and end time. This is the start time and this is the end time. So total how much time it has taken to execute all this particular script, total number of test scripts. So that is it at extend report side. I think I have covered almost all the topics. So first I have covered how to download and install extend report. Then we know how to create a logs, I mean how to write a logs into the extend report. Then we have discussed try, catch block and finally block. Then how to write exception details into the extend reports, that is by using the exception dot toString. So in the try block, whatever the exception occurred, that comes into the catch block. In the catch block we have printed that particular information by using the test.log. Under that we have written exception dot toString. So this will write all the runtime exception information into the extend report. Then we have created a sample Selenium C# automation script and we have executed it successfully. Now the next part is assignment. What is my assignment is here in the one-time setup. We have specified this particular name of the extend report file. So this should be dynamic. So based on the class name or namespace name it should take. So runtime, you need to run that particular, you need to give the name of the extend report file name. So this is the first assignment, and the next assignment is this particular test. There are already inbuilt methods available how to get the current running test method name. So you need to make this as a dynamic. Based on the test method name, it should write into the extend reports. So these are the two assignments. You can try at your end and let me know if you find any difficulties in doing that. If you have any queries, you can comment in the comment section of this below video. Also, you can drop me an email to the Gmail ID. In the next Selenium C# .NET NUnit tutorial, we'll be discussing page object model. If you like this video, please click on like and share button below of this video. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching this Selenium C# tutorial. Hey, hi guys. Welcome back to test automation tool Selenium. This is Bakkappa. So in this today's Selenium C# tutorial, we'll discuss page object model in Selenium. Let us jump to the high level agenda for today's Selenium tutorial. First, we'll discuss why we need a page object model. Then we'll discuss what is page object model. Then we'll discuss what is page factory. Then we'll discuss what are the advantages if you implement a page object model. Then we'll see how to implement page object model. Then we'll see a sample demo on how you can create your pages and how you can write your test scripts. At last, I have one assignment. So let us jump to the Visual Studio. So before creating our test script, I will go through with the slides. Then we'll discuss a simple scenario. Then with respect to that, we'll start implementing the page object model concept. So first we'll discuss why we need a page object model concept. So this is a very simple test script. I have image here. So if you look at here, just I have implemented a simple script that contains Chrome browser launching and maximizing it, and it is entering some URL, and after that it is identifying the web page element by using ID and text, link text, and next time they are identifying by using the link text. So basically if you look at here, in the second time also they are identifying the web page element by using the ID and link text. In the third time also, if you look at the find element, they are identifying by using the ID, link text, and link text. So basically what is happening here, every time we are using the driver object to find any web page element. Say for example, if you have 1,000 or 2,000 test scripts, so you will be following the same steps. You will be writing driver dot find element by ID or XPath, CSS selector, tag name, class name, etc. So whenever the changes come to this particular ID, so you need to walk through with all the 1,000 or 2,000 test scripts, and you need to modify the value of this particular ID. So that is not a simple task, right? So that's the reason we have a page object model where we can define web page element at one time. So if any changes come to that particular web page element, you will be changing only at one place, so that it can impact everywhere you use that particular web page element. So let us discuss what is this page object model. So page object model is a design pattern to create an object repository for web-based applications. The next point we have is, in this form, for each web page there will be a corresponding page class. So that particular second statement, what it is saying is, say just you consider just I have created one simple page object model folder, and I have created all the pages here. If you just consider youtube.com, when you enter youtube.com, you will be seeing the first search page. When you enter something in the search text box, and if you click on the search button, you will be navigating to the result page. So I have created here the result page. If we click on any of the video, it goes to the video page. And if we got some channel name, so if you click on channel name, it goes to the channel page. So this is how you need to create a pages for each of the web page. There will be a corresponding class. Moving on to the third point, each web page, all the web elements of that page and containing page method that perform the operation on those web elements. In the third statement, what we are telling is, just I will take a simple example where the user needs to be sign up for the particular web page. So user has to enter all the information like user first name, last name, middle name, date of birth, country, state, all those things. So that action you are performing in a single page. So that behavior or a abstraction method you need to implement in that particular page itself. So that how you can implement that also we'll discuss in the while implementing page object model concept. Moving on to the next point, name of the method should be given as per the task they are performing. So this will be very easy to identify the other person what exactly that particular method is doing it. So we'll see what is the page factory. Page factory is an inbuilt page object model concept for Selenium WebDriver, but it is very optimized. Page factory is an optimized way to create a object repository in page object model concept. So basically that is a stat basically that is a class by using the init elements to that will be used to initialize all the web page element in that particular page. So these are the advantages I have. First one is operations and flows in the UI should be separated from verifications so that our code will be cleaner and easy to understand. Second is object repositories independent of test cases so that you can in a less keystrokes you can create your test scripts. Third point we have is code becomes less and optimized because of reusable method in the form classes. So basically when we have a one simple page, whatever the action you are performing in that particular class, you are entering some data into that particular fields or you are clicking on that particular any of the web page element. So that action method will be implementing in the same class itself. So duplicate code can be avoided and it is very easy to maintain because we have a separate all the page elements and the test methods. And last point we have is we will be doing a reusability of the code. So next slide I have is how to implement the page object model concept. We follow the concept of separation of page object repository and test methods. So basically we'll be having a separate object repository classes and the test methods. And the second point is we use the finds by to find a web element by using the locators like id, name, tag name, link text, etc. We have a static method called init elements to use to initialize the web elements in that particular page. So this is how it looks like. So I have taken the example of youtube.com and I have created all the pages, search page and result page and video page and channel page. Based on the number of pages appearing in the application, that many number of pages you need to create in the page object folder. Then there will be a respective test script classes. So let us jump to the Visual Studio. So same will implement here. So before moving on to the Visual Studio, I will just discuss for what is the scenario we are going to write our test script. So this is my youtube.com. When you go to the youtube.com, Here I will write something. Say for example, you can search with anything. So in my case, I'm just searching with Selenium C# by Bakkappa. Once you search this particular, once you enter this particular value into text box, and if you click on this search box, it is giving you the set of results. After getting these results, I will be clicking on this particular channel name, and here I'm getting the channel name, and just I'm validating this particular channel name is displayed properly or not. So that's it. Just I'm going back here. So if you look at here, after entering this YouTube page, you are getting the search page. So we need to create one page called search page. After entering some value into the search box, if I click on this particular search button, I'm getting the one more page called result page. It is giving me all the relevant results. So second page I need to create as a result page. So once I click on this particular channel name, I'm getting a page called channel details page. All the videos what he has uploaded, all the relevant stuffs. So this is my scenario. We need to create total 3 pages, and we need to create all the web page elements, and we need to create the actions as well. So let us jump to the Visual Studio. First we will create a page object classes, then we will implement a test script. So what I'll do is just I'm creating a simple folder here, page objects. That's it. Under the page object, under page objects, I will create one class called just now what we have discussed. We need to create a total 3 page classes. First one is search page, then result page, then channel page. So first I'll be creating search page. That's it. Then I'm creating one more class called result page. That's it. I'm going to create one more page called channel page. So click on add button. So till now we have created total 3 classes. First one is the search page, result page, and channel page. So I will create one more folder called test scripts. So under that I will create one class. Simply I will give the class name as a module 1. That's it. Click on add button. So I'll open this particular module 1. So basically this module 1 is nothing but my test suite, I can say. So I will surround this particular class with the test fixture. That's it. Just import the relevant packages, and I'll make this class as a public. That's it. Under that I will define one test method. So public void test method 1. That's it. So if you remember previously we have created one base test. So if you go to this particular base class, in this we have created one method called open. So that is containing the setup attribute, and the second one is close, that is containing the tear down attribute. So let me explain what exactly this particular base test contains. So we have declared one public iWeb driver interface. Then we have assigned this driver to the Chrome browser. So basically this particular open method, what it does is, this particular method will be getting executed before executing any of the test methods in the particular class. So after executing test methods, this particular method will be getting executed. So in the open method, we have created the object of Chrome browser. So it launches the Chrome browser, then it maximizes the Chrome browser, then it enters this particular URL. So in our case, we are entering the youtube.com. So let me change this particular URL to the youtube.com. That's it. Then in the close method, just we are closing the web browser. That's it. So what I will do is, I will inherit this base test class into the model1 class. So you need to use a colon symbol to inherit that particular base test class. So that comes under the base class folder. So if I click on model1, so I'll be clicking on the base test, just press control dot. So it is asking us to just import this particular packages. So just select that particular using statement. So that's it. So what I will do is, just I will give a filter by class. So that's fine. What I will do is, just I'll rebuild this particular solution. So that's all. We have defined one model1 class, but we have not represented this particular test method as a test. So just I'll represent this particular test as a test. I mean the method test method 1 as a test. If I rebuild this particular solution, now we should be able to see the model1 class. So if you look at here, so you are getting the model1 class as a one method we have called test1 method. So just I will try to execute this particular test method 1, because what it does is, before executing anything in this test method 1, it launches the web browser, Chrome browser, then it maximizes it, it enters the youtube.com, then it closes the web browser to make sure that whether it is working or not. So that's the reason I'm running this test method 1. Then we will implement page object classes. Yeah, it is opening the browser and it is launching it is entering the proper URL and it is closing the web browser. That's all. So let us move on to the page object classes. So first page I have is search page. Let me define this particular class as a public. So that's it. So if I go to the youtube.com, so first I need to identify this particular search box. So if I right click on this particular search box, here I'm able to see all the HTML details. So I'll identify this particular search box by using the ID as a search as a value. So what I will do is, to identify any of the web page element, we have a attribute called finds by. So before entering that particular attribute, we need to import one package called using openqa.selenium dot support. Then you need to import one more class called page objects. So by using this particular class, you should be able to define the finds by attribute. So that basically you'll be using to identify any web page element. So what I am doing here is just I'm identifying this particular text box, search text box by using the finds by. Then you need to specify how exactly you are going to identify any of the web page elements. So in my case, I'm identifying this particular text box by using the ID. So I need to specify here it as ID. So that's it. So how it will return the type of value is how type. So you need to assign that into the how type. So one more we have keyword called using. So under this you need to specify the value. So here I'm identifying this particular search text box. So by using the ID. So here I have specified the ID. So if you are identifying by using the CSS selector class name ID, I mean the sorry, link text name, partial link text. So you can identify any web page element by using the these locators. So in my case, I'm identifying that by using the ID. That's it. So we need to use a shortcut here. One is just type prop, then press double time tab. So this automatically generates the setters and getters. So this is our web element, right? So I need to specify the web element for this. That's it. So this is our name of the web element. So here I'm giving the search text box. That's it. So you need to import the relevant classes. That's it. So first I have identified this search text box. I need to click on this particular button, search button. So I'll inspect that particular web element. If you look at here, this is a button we have. So I will use the ID. Here I'm writing simple CSS selector for this, identifying this particular button. So I have a ID value. So how you can identify particular web element by using the ID in CSS selector is just you need to use the hashtag. So if you look at here, it is identifying that particular button. So this is my CSS selector. So here I'm using the finds by attribute to identify that particular button. So here I'm specifying the how dot. So I'm identifying that particular button using the CSS selector. Then I'm using I'm writing a using keyword here. Then I need to specify the value under a string. So just I will copy this. So this is the ID value we have. If you look at here, search hyphen icon hyphen legacy. That's the value I have specified. As it is the ID, so that's the reason I have used the hash symbol. That's it. So I'll paste it here. That's all. So I'll represent this particular web element by typing prop, and I'll press double time tab from the keyboard. This is a web element what we have. That's it. You need to specify the name of the web element. So here it is search button. So whenever we are identifying any web element by using the locator, if you are using how dot any locator, so that returns you the how type. So that's the reason you need to store that into the how type. So that's it. So one action we need to perform once after entering any value into here, and if you click on this particular button, it is returning you the set of values. So what you need to do is that action method you need to implement here. You can say behavioral method or a abstraction method or action methods. So before that you need to do one thing. To initialize all these web elements, you need to define one constructor called constructor that should be public, then followed by class name. So that this accepts the WebDriver object. That's it. So it accepts the WebDriver object and it assigns to the O1 class WebDriver. So that's the reason I'm defining here WebDriver interface reference variable. So that's it. It accepts the driver object and it assigns to the own driver. So that's the reason I will use this keyword here. This dot driver equal to this represents. So this represents, it assigns this particular driver object to the current class. That's it. So we need to write one more statement called page factory. This particular statement I am writing it for initialize all the web elements what we have defined just now, search text box and search button. So you need to use the search factory dot init elements. So basically this will be using for initializing all these web element. So here I am specifying this driver, then this. So this represent all driver object and this represent current classes objects. So that's it. So we need to implement one behavioral method or a abstraction method so that performs this particular action. So what we need to perform action here is, so once you enter this particular text in the search text box, if you need to click on this particular button, so it is navigating to the result page. So this particular behavior we need to implement in the search page. So what I will do is I'll create a simple method, public void navigate to result page. So name should be very proper. So whatever the task it is performing, based on that you can specify the test method name, I mean the method name. So what I will do is first I need to enter the text into this particular text box, search box, sorry. So I'll use this particular web element, search text box. Then I'll use the send keys method to enter something into that particular text box. Here I'm writing Selenium C# by Bakkappa. That's it. And one more web page element we have is search button. By using that, I need to click on this particular button, right? Once I enter this particular text. So I'm here calling to the click method. That's it. Now the implementing of this particular search page, it is completed. Now go to this particular test script folder. Under that, click on module 1. So here we need to, basically it is accepting, it is inheriting the properties of base test. So that contains the setup attribute and a tear down attribute. So basically it is, before running this particular test method 1, it is launching the web browser and it is entering the URL, that is youtube.com. After executing this particular method, it is closing the web browser by using the tear down attribute. So we need to perform some action in this particular website. So what we need to do is, we need to first create the object of this particular search page. So let me create the object of this particular search page. Then I will call to this particular method called navigate to result page. Let me write a result page. So that's it. I will call to this particular method. So go to the module 1 test method 1. Here I'm using the new keyword and followed by the class name. So basically this is how you need to create an object. So if you look at here this particular search page, whenever you are creating an object for this particular search page, it is accepting the argument as a driver type. So that I will specify here as a driver. So just click on the search page, just import the relevant packages, classes. So this driver I am passing because we are inheriting it from the base test. This already contains the iWebDriver interface reference variable. This driver I am passing into the search page while creating the object. So I will assign that into the var search page. So that's it. By using this particular reference variable, I'll be calling to the navigate to result page. So that's it. So my script, it is first part is ready, and the second part is, once we got this particular result page, we need to click on this particular channel name. Once you click on this particular channel name, validate this particular text. So before that, we will run this particular test script and we'll see whether it is running properly or not. So I will use the thread.sleep so that we can see the result. Sleep. I will specify 5000 milliseconds. So you can implement explicit wait and you can put it over here, that you can write a particular statement after writing the steps. So just you can press control dot, so import the system dot threading. That's it. If I run this particular test method 1, so now we have implemented only search page, web page elements, and we have implemented all behavioral methods in that particular page. And next we need to implement result page web page element, and we need to implement behavioral methods or abstraction methods. So it is entering and simply it is going to the result page. Now we need to click on this particular channel name, right? If you look at here, it is looking like a link, right? So that's the reason what I will do is, I will identify this particular, I need to click on this channel name link. So that's the reason I will do is, I will identify this particular web page element by using the link text. So if I go to the result page, I'll specify the class as a public. That's it. Simply I will copy the constructor from search page. I will copy one web page element as well. That's it. So you need to change the constructor name as a class name. Then you import all the relevant classes and packages. That's it. So in the result page, I need to identify this particular channel name. So what I will do is, it is similar to the link text. So that's the reason what I will do is, I'm identifying this web page element as by using the link text. That's it. Here I need to specify the value. I just will copy this particular text. That's it. So let me specify the name of the web element as a channel name, link text. That's it. So my web page element is ready, and after that I need to implement one behavioral method or abstraction method. So here I'm writing one method called public void navigate to channel. So here I'm specifying method name as navigate to channel. So that's it. So I'll take this particular channel name, link text, and just I will click on that by using the click method. That's it. Before that, I will keep some weight by using the thread.sleep. You can implement your own explicit weight, and you can write that statements here. Here I'm using 3000 seconds. That's it. Just import the relevant classes. That's it. Simple. So we have defined one simple constructor, and we have defined one simple web page element, and we have implemented one behavioral method for this particular result page. For this particular result page, we have implemented one web page element to identify this particular channel name, and we have implemented one method called navigate to channel. So that method we have implemented, and we have just called into one method called click, so that it can click on this particular channel name. That's it. It is very simple. Before to this particular result page, we have one page called search page. So if you look at here, I want to give the driver to the next page. So that's the reason what I will do is, I'm calling to the one method called navigate to result page. So it is not returning anything because the type of this particular method is void. So I want to return the driver to the next page, that is our result page. So that's the reason what I will do is, I will change this void to the class type, that is the result page type. So basically I need to return the object to the object of result page. Here I'm writing result return new followed by the result page, and I need to pass the object as a driver. So basically why I'm writing this return statement is, I'm navigating to the different pages. Let me go to the youtube.com. First will be in search page. After entering this particular search page, I'm navigating to the different page. So that's the reason if my control has to pass from search page to the result page, so that's the reason I'm returning here the next page type. This is my result page type. If I go to the model 1, so after calling to this particular method navigate to result page, I'm getting the return type as a result page type. So that's the reason I'm storing that into the var type. As you know, var is capable of storing any kind of values. So here I'm specifying the result page as a reference. By using the result page reference, I'm going to call one method called navigate to channel. So this particular method we have implemented in the result page. So this particular method I'm calling in the second step. That's it. The second part is done. Let us execute this particular text. So now it should launch particular web browser and it has to enter the search text box. In the search text box, it has to enter the some value and it has to click on the particular search button and it has to navigate to the result page. Once it is navigated to the result page, it has to click on the channel name. Then it goes to the channel name page. In the last page, we will identify that particular channel name and we will validate that particular channel name is displayed properly or not. So till now we have implemented two tasks. First is search page and the second is result page. Perfectly, it is working fine. It is navigated to the channel name page. So till now we have implemented two classes, search page and result page, and the next part is channel page. If I go to channel page, so here we need to so let me go to this particular channel. So here what I'll do is I'll inspect this, I'll identify this page element. I will validate this particular channel name is displayed or not. Till now we have done two tasks. In the first search page, we have entered a text and we are searching with the particular text. In the second result page, just we are clicking on the channel name. Then it is navigating into the channel page. In this channel page, we will get this particular text. We will validate whether it is properly displayed in the web page or not. So let us identify this particular web element. So before that, we'll implement the channel page class. So I'll make this particular class as a public. That's it. I'll go to the result page. Just I will copy the constructor and the web element. So I'll replace class name with the class name for the constructor. Then I will import all the classes. Just press control dot. It will import all the relevant classes. So that's it. So we have defined a simple constructor to initialize all the web elements in whatever you are defining in this channel page. So first we need to identify the particular web element. So here I'm identifying this particular channel name. If you look at here, this is my header tag. Under that we have as a span tag. First I need to identify this particular header tag, then I need to focus on the span tag. So I'll identify the header tag by using the ID. As you know how to write CSS selectors. If you are not familiar with how to write a CSS selector and dynamic XPaths, in my channel just search with Bakkappa N and you write how to write a CSS selector or dynamic XPaths. So here I'm representing this particular ID. Here I'm writing hashtag. if you are identifying any web page element by using the ID, in case of CSS selector, you need to specify the hashtag followed by the value. So first we had a header tag, then followed by the span tag. So that's the reason I have specified the ID here, that is to identify the header. Then I will write greater than symbol. So we had one more tag called span tag. So that's the reason here I'm writing span. So if you look at here, it is identifying that particular web page element, that is channel name. So I will take this particular CSS selector, I'll paste it here. So I'll change the locator as a CSS selector. Very simple. Then I will change the web page element name as channel name. That's it. So we need to implement one method that should returns me the text of this particular web page element. So what I will do is, here I am implementing one method called public. So return type of this particular method is string type, because I'm using this particular element channel name, I'm getting the text in this particular method. So here I'm writing the name of the method as get channel name. That's it. So I will use this particular web page element channel name. I'll say just dot text. So that's it. So let me see what exactly the error is. Just give me a second. So as type of this particular method is string type, so that's the reason you need to write a return statement. That's it, simple. So I have defined one constructor for this particular channel page to initialize all the web page elements. Then I have implemented one abstraction method or a behavioral method, so that perform the action on this particular method, particular page I mean. So that's it, very simple. I will go to the module name, and before that what we need to do is we need to return the driver from result page to the channel page. So what I will do is I'll change this void into the channel name, I mean return type. I'll return the channel page type. Then I will write the return statement. Then I'll create the object of channel page, so that my driver can navigate it to the channel page. I'm passing the driver object. That's it. So if I go to the model one, so this particular method returns the type of value is channel page type, because I have written the object of channel page type. So as you know, var is capable of storing any type of value. I'm storing that into the var type. So by using this object of channel page reference variable, I'm going to call one method called get channel name. So basically this is the last task, third task we have. Just we are validating this particular channel name is displayed properly or not. So here I'm getting the text of this particular channel name. I will store that into the type of into the string as a actual channel name. That's it. So this is the actual channel name. I'm getting it from the web page. that is from the channel name. Then we should have a expected string value, so that's the reason I'm specifying expected channel name. So here I'll specify the string value. So I'll copy this particular string, then I'll paste it here. That's it. So now we need to write a assertive statement so that it can compare both the values. So I have actual value and the expected value. So just we need to compare both the values. So how you can do is, so basically I'm writing a statement for assertion here. Assert dot is true. So basically this particular statement will be getting executed. I mean this particular test method one will be getting passed. Whatever you are specifying the condition here, if it is true, then only this particular test method one will be getting passed. Otherwise it will get failed. So what I will do is, these are the two strings. As you know how to compare two strings, I'm taking the actual value dot, I'm using the string operation here. I'm using the method called equals. Then I'm specifying the expected channel name. If both are equal, then only this particular test will be getting passed. Otherwise it is getting failed. If I execute this particular test method 1, now it should get passed because it is what we have specified the expected value, that is a channel name, it is correct. So next time we will pass the incorrect expected, and both will be not matching. That time particular test will be getting failed. So basically first thing is what we have done is we created pages. After that we have specified all the web page elements and behavioral methods. Just we are calling those methods in the our test methods. So let me see what exactly this error is. It should not fail in our case. So it is saying that particular channel name what we have identified, it is wrong. So let me specify a little bit wait here before getting the text here. I'll use a thread.sleep. I'll specify some 3000 seconds. Then I will import relevant classes. That's it. Go to the class, right click on the this test method 1 and say run test. So this is another way of running your test script, particular test scripts. At least this time it should get passed because there are no, because whatever we are doing assertion here, it is correct. Expected value and the actual value are matching. So let us wait for the web page to response. So it is entering the search text box, I mean search value. So it is perfectly navigating to the channel. Hey, hi everyone. And if you look at here, my test is getting passed. You can see all the green colors, green color on the taskbar, something like that. So here now expected value and the actual value are matching. So let us say whatever it is my expected value, I'll change little bit here. Just I will delete the test ng from this particular expected string. So let us execute this particular test. This time it is not matching actual value and the expected value. I mean the strings, whatever we are getting the channel name string and whatever we are specifying the expected channel name. So this time it should get failed. And most of the times you people will be facing synchronization issues only, because if you are not specifying the proper time in the in between the steps, because of those reasons your test scripts may fail. So if you look at here, it is got failed. If you select this particular test method one, here you are seeing, right, expected is true but it was false. So that means actual and the expected values are not matching here in the particular line. If we click on this particular module 1 test method, it is coming and it is stopping over here, because error we are getting here, this particular assertion is getting failed. So that's all for this page object model concept. At last I have one assignment. After navigating here, so we have asserted the channel name here. What you can do is click on any of the video. My assignment is here, just you get this particular title of the video and you perform the assertion on the title of the video. So that's my assignment. So whatever I listed in the today's Selenium tutorial I have covered. If you have any queries, you can comment in the comment section of this below video, and also you can send out an email to my Gmail ID. So next tutorial on Selenium is how to execute Selenium C# script on Jenkins. Please click on subscribe button if you want to get more updates from this particular channel, and click on like and share button. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching this Selenium tutorial. Yeah, hi guys, welcome back to Bakkappa and the Techie Automation Laboratory. So in this session, I'll talk about how to design and develop Selenium C# automation framework. So let us jump to our high level agenda. So for this developing Selenium C# automation framework, so I have used Visual Studio, Selenium C#.NET, Nunit framework, and Extend report. So I'll talk about how to use the configuration and test data, then page object model design pattern. So I have already discussed this concept in the previous tutorials. If you go to the YouTube channel, so you can just search Selenium by Bakkappa, and then you can click on this playlist tab. If you go down, you can click on Selenium with C#.NET series by Bakkappa. So if you go to the video number 13 and 14, so I have already discussed about how to generate extent report, and also I have discussed how to implement page object model concept with Selenium C#. So next topic is like already we have discussed what is extent report, how to integrate with Selenium C# also. So we will talk about how exactly we are executing our scripts based on the environment. Then how exactly you can group your test cases. Say for example, one test case belongs to the different environments. Say for example, it is belonging to the regression testing, it is belonging to the UAT testing, model 1, model 2, like that. So in that particular groups, you can just say this particular test case belongs to the so and so group. So we'll talk about how to debug and execute your test cases, and also we can review our results in a extend report. Next, I will talk about how to execute 5 test scripts out of 100 test scripts. Then I'll talk about how to do parallel testing with extend report. So then I'll talk about extend report, how exactly you are writing logs and how to attach a screenshot in case of failures. Finally, I'll talk about how to perform data-driven testing. So first I'll talk about what is this configuration in my test automation framework I'm having and the test data. So let us jump to the our simple structure of the folder. See guys, I'm having one single solution. Under that I have created 3 projects. That is the first one is a test automation.data. Second project I'm having test automation.page objects. Then third project I'm having test automation.test scripts. So first I'll talk about what is this configuration and the test data I'm having. So if you go to the input and output folder here, so here I have created one data files. So these are just copy of the above 2 files. So just I have taken the backup. So if you go to the configurations Excel file, so in this Excel file, what I have done is, so I have named this particular tab with the configuration. Then these are the parameters I'm reading it in the scripts. So here I have specified which environment, and if it is a local or a grid environment, then here I'm specifying the in which browser you wanted to execute your scripts. Then if you are executing your scripts in a grid, you can specify the URL of the grid in the this particular column. So this is a simple 5 lines of column I'm having in the configuration test data file. So this is all about the configuration level. So that is the application level. So that's all about the configuration. So if I move on to the test data file, so you can add n number of models like this. You can create it and you can specify the name of the model. In my case, just I have added the one single model, model 1 and test data. So this is the column I'm having. So whenever I'm reading the data of the any of the columns data, so simply I'm specifying this as a key. By using this key, I'll be reading the respective value. So if you look at the column number 1, that is run. So based on this flag, my test cases will be getting executed. So this is all about the configuration and the test data I'm having. So let us move on to the, so we have already discussed what is page object model concept and extend report. So let us move on to the environment based execution. See guys, in the, so as I have already told, so just I have opened this particular solution in the user studio. Then here I can see all these 3 projects in the under the same solution. So if I go to the test scripts, so I'll just open the app.config file. See guys, so here I'm specifying the, if it is a QA underscore environment, so it will pick this particular URL. If it is a prod environment, it will pick the respective environment. So in the config file, what I have specified again, where exactly my test data file path exists, that means the configuration in the test data file, what we have discussed just now, and the test results, where exactly I wanted to store. And next I have provided one more path of the screenshot, where I need to keep my screenshot, so that I can take that particular screenshot, I can attach to the extend report. So that's all guys. If you want to change the environment, you need to change in the config file also. So here you need to specify in the configuration. So I have already opened it. So let me open the configurations Excel file. So you can here in this particular column, that is application environment, you can specify whatever the environment, and the URL you can specify in the this app.config file. So that's all about the environment. So this is how exactly you can set your environment. Environment, whatever you can specify the environment name and followed by the URL, so that your scripts will get executed in that particular environment. So that's all, guys. So you can group your test cases based on the model, or the based on the, like you can say this particular test case belongs to the regression part, and you can in the same way you can say this test case also belongs to the model one as well. So how exactly I have done this particular thing in my framework is, simply I'll open the model one test case. So this is the first test case I am having. So if you look at the line number 18, I have specified the category attribute. So I have said this test one belongs to the model one also, and the regression model also. So this is how we can assign the one test case to the multiple models. So you can same way you can specify one more environment like dev environment. Whenever you wanted to execute the test cases which belong to the dev, all the test cases will be listed out in the left side of the pane. So if you look at here, the left side, so I have 4 tests belongs to the model 1. So if you look at the model 1 test cases number, the count we are having is 4. So this is how you can group your test cases, and in the same way you can get all the test cases in the left side. So this is how you can group your test cases. So let us talk about the execution now. So let us go to our test data file. So simply I'll close this configuration. So this is my test data file we are having. So currently we are having in the first column, that is run column, we are having 4 test cases as a white flag. That means 4 test cases will be getting executed now. So let us go to the Visual Studio. Simply I will close this Excel file. So these are search keywords I have specified. So simply I will just explain you the scenario also. So what I'll do is simply I'll open the Chrome browser. Then I'll enter the youtube.com. Then here I'll search for Selenium by Bakkappa. Then simply I'll click on this particular channel name. Then I'll validate the title of this web page. So that's all, guys. So this is a one single scenario I'm having. Simply I have passed the different sets of test data simply. So I have specified next, for the next test case I have specified Selenium C# by Bakkappa, EPM by Bakkappa, Cucumber BDD by Bakkappa. So that's all, guys. So simply I'll close this Excel file. I'll go to the Visual Studio. First I'll say clean solution. Then I'll say rebuild solution. So 4 test case belongs to the model 1 we are having. So under model 1 you can see the all 4 test cases. So in my case I'm going to execute model 1 test cases. Just I'll right click on the model 1 and I'll say run selected test. So one by one all the test cases will be getting executed. The first search is for Selenium by Bakkappa. Simply it is validating the title of the web page. Then it will start the second test cases. See guys, we are having 4 test cases. I have intentionally failed for one test case, that is a test 2. So we are having test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4. So for test 2 I have failed it intentionally. So 3 test cases should be passed and 1 test should be failed. So if you look at the result, still it is getting executed. So first it has executed test 1 and then test 2. Now the test 3 is getting executed. Now it is searching for APM by Bakkappa. See guys, test 4 execution started now. The scenario is same, only the search keyword I have specified differently. So now it is searching for Cucumber BTD by Bakkappa. So this is the last test getting executed. So that's all guys. If you look at the results, model 1, test 1, test 3 and test 4 got passed and the test 2 is failed because I have failed it intentionally. And if you look at the summary also, 3 tests are passed and 1 test is failed. So let us go to the results, that is extent report results. So that is the input output folder. So I have specified the path of test results. So if you look at the time 11:38, so recently it has updated the results. Let us open this file. See guys, so this is the first test case. So if you come here, it is saying test 1 passed, and if you look at the screenshot of it, so it has searched for Selenium by Bakkappa. So let us move on to the second test case. If you come down, so this is a failed test case. I have failed it intentionally. So if you look at the screenshot, so it has searched for Selenium C# by Bakkappa. Then the third test I'm having, test 3 is passed, and if you click on the screenshot, it has searched for the APM by Bakkappa. Then the fourth test we are having, test 4 is passed, and if you look at the screenshot, it is searching with the Cucumber BTD by Bakkappa. So this is how exactly you can execute your scripts in Visual Studio, that is in Selenium C# automation framework. So next point I am having is how to debug your test case. So let us talk about debugging. Say for example, I wanted to debug the test 1. So simply I'll right click on the test 1, then I'll say open test. So directly it will navigate to the respective test where you have created that particular test. Say for example, if I wanted to go to the test 4, just I'll right click on that and I'll say open test. See guys, here it is navigated to the test number 4. So in my case, I'm debugging test 1, then I'll say open test. So here I'm keeping the breakpoint in line number 28, line number 31, line number 34. So this is how we can set the debug point. If you are debugging any of the test, then you can right click on the test 1 and you can say debug selected test. See guys, it has launched the web browser, then it has entered the URL. So if you look at here, it has stopped in the line number 28. So if you look at it in these icons, so down this says a step into and next icon it says the step over. So in my case, I'll say I don't want to go inside this particular step, that particular method. So I'll say step over. So if you go to this particular web page, so it has to perform the search activity. So let me proceed for the next step. See guys, so it is searching for that particular keyword and it is navigating to the result page. Now I am writing the log as YouTube result page is displayed, and if you go here, YouTube results page is displayed. So in the same way I'll say just step over. Simply it will click on the channel name. So just I'll say step over. So it is clicking on the channel name and it is navigating to the detail page. Then simply else just I'm saying continue. So this is how exactly you can debug your Selenium C# and unit test cases. So that's all guys. So simply I'll remove the debug points. So this is how you can debug your test cases in a User Studio. Let us move on to the next topic. So execute 5 test cases out of the 100 test scripts. So you can go to the simply sorry guys. So just I'm going to the test data file now. So this is my test data file. So beauty of this Excel file, right? So how beauty of this Selenium C# automation framework is, so I have said 4 test cases to run here. So now 4 test cases are getting executed. So what I will do is I'll say just run 2 test cases. So just I'll remove the Y flag for another 2 test cases. Just a second guys. So my Excel is quite slow. Okay guys. So here I'm saying N, that means I don't want to execute the test 3 and test 4. Simply I'll say save and close it. See guys, previously we had displayed 4 test cases because we had made 4 Y flags. That means the 4 test cases I wanted to execute. So beauty of this Selenium C# automation framework is, if I say clean and rebuild, only 2 test cases should be appeared because I wanted to execute only 2 test cases. So here I'm saying clean and then rebuild solution. See guys, if you look at the model 1, I'm able to see only 2 test cases. So you can simply right click on the model, whichever the model you wanted to execute, then you say run selected test. Now the test 1 is getting executed. In the same way, test 2 execution will start. So anyway, in the validation part, I have specified something expected and the actual result is different. So test 2 will fail. So it is searching for Selenium C# by Bakkappa. then simply it is closing the browser, then it will fail. So say in the same way you can check out the result also. Test 1 is passed, and if you look at test 1 is passed, test 2 is failed. So you can see the assertion exception. That means the expected result and the actual results are not matching. So that's how you can execute the failed test cases. So let us move on to the how to execute test cases parallelly, and in the same way we can discuss about the extend report. So here I'm simply going to the test script project, and inside the properties I'm having assembly info.cs. Simply I'm opening that, and here I'm saying level of parallelism is 1 default. So here I'm specifying it as a 2. That means at a time my 2 test cases will be getting executed. So before that I'll make a y flag for the another 2 test cases also. Now we are having y flag for the only 2 test cases. So if I close this Excel and if I say clean solution and rebuild solution, so I should be getting 4 test cases here. So here I specified 2, that means 2 test cases will be getting executed at the same time. So here I'm executing the model 1 again. You can say run selected tests. So parallel it will launch 2 browser at a time, and 2 test cases will be getting executed at the same time. So after completing execution of these 2 test cases, another 2 browsers will open and another 2 test cases execution will start. See guys, we have executed first test case and the second test case. So default our second test will get fail. So now the third test case and the fourth test case is getting executed. See guys, if you look at the result, so our 3 test cases got passed, that is test 1, test 3, test 4. Test 2 default it will fail because we have mentioned actual result and the expected result is not matching. So let us go to the report, that is our extend report. So inside the test results, if you look at the report here, it is updated 11:50. So test 2 is displayed first. So if you look at the logs here, report failure is true. Here condition is exactly the not matching, that means the condition is false here. So that's the reason expected result is true but it was false. So it is because in this it has taken the screenshot also. In this page I'm just validating the title of the web page. So here it is saying it is not matching the title of the web page and the expected result. So if I go to the test 1, right, so if I see the screenshot, it is searching Selenium by Bakkappa, so that is a test 1. If I go to the our Excel file, that means the test data file. So test 1 is I'm searching for the Selenium by Bakkappa. So this is the test 1, I'm searching for Selenium by Bakkappa. Then test 3 we are having. If I click on this, for test 3 I'm searching for APM by Bakkappa. For test 3 I'm searching for APM by Bakkappa. The next test I'm having is test 4. So here I'm searching Cucumber BDD by Bakkappa. If you look at the test data, fourth test I'm searching Cucumber BDD by Bakkappa. See guys, in this extend report you can see the number of test cases are there and how many are passed and how many are failed here. And also you can see the time, at what time it is started and what is the end time for this execution. And in the same way you can see the number of steps got executed. So all the logs you can see is I have written logs after displaying one of the pages. So simply I said YouTube search page is displayed, YouTube result page is displayed, YouTube channel detail page is displayed, like that. Then in one of the logs I have created, just I have displayed the name of the title in that particular page. Then finally we have verified the title of the web page. So this is how you can execute your test case parallelly. So you can execute at a time 15 to 20 browser also, it will work fine, because I have already tried and I'm already using this framework. So you can execute at a time 15 to 20 browser also. That means 15 to 20 test cases you can execute at the same time. So this is all about the parallel testing and the extent report. So we have discussed the screenshot and failure handling also. So finally we are having data driven testing. See guys, what I will do is, so for test 1 I'll simply pass the different sets of test data. So for that what I'll do, I'll go to my test data file. So this is my test data file. So this is my test 1. So this is the one sets of test data. Here we are having, so here I'm referring the category column. For test 1 we are having one sets of test data. So other we are having test 2, test 3, test 4. So instead of this one I'll say only test 1. So my only test case 1, that is a test 1, will get executed. So this test 1 will get executed with the different sets of test data. First it will execute with the Selenium by Bakkappa, then it will execute Selenium C# by Bakkappa. Third time it will execute APM by Bakkappa. Fourth time it will pass the data as Cucumber BTD by Bakkappa. Because if you look at the column B, I have specified category value as a test 1. So this test 1 I'm mapping in my test case, that is this is where I'm getting the test data. So here I'm just getting the test. We are having a model 1 data service. From there I'm getting the test data for only test 1 if I'm having a category as a test 1. So that's all guys. If I just say save and close this Excel, let me do rebuild the solution. See guys, if you look at in the module, right, so we are having only one test case because we are having multiple sets of rows, but we are having only one test case. I'm passing the 4 sets of test data. So just I'll right click on the model 1 and I'll say run selected test. So just I'll stop it guys. I don't want to execute parallelly. So simply I'll go to the assembly info.cs and I'll say here 1. So that's it. Now I'll say run selected test because I wanted to see one by one the data which we are passing through our Excel file. So first time it has to execute with the one set of test data, then it has to pick the next set of test data, So that I wanted to show it for you guys. So first time it is searching for Selenium by Bakkappa, and then simply it will click on the channel name. Then it validates the title of the web page. Now the second test should get started with the different sets of test data. Now the second test started. See guys, it has searched for Selenium C# by Bakkappa, and now the third test should start, having the different sets of test data. See guys, it is searching for APM by Bakkappa, and so till now we have executed three test scripts. Now the last test will start the execution. So last set of test data we are having is Cucumber BDD by Bakkappa, and see guys, it has searched for Cucumber BDD by Bakkappa, and so all the test cases got passed. And if I click on this test, see guys, it has executed the same test with the multiple sets of test data. So you can see the elapsed time also. It has taken the 41 seconds and 39 seconds, 37 seconds, and 49 seconds. So that's all I am having, guys. So if you have any questions, you can comment in the comment section. If you need a source code, also you can just comment in the comment section whatever the class or the project you need. So I'll try to share with you guys. Thank you very much for watching this tutorial.